Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Table Talk, the show after the show. I'm your host, Swanee.
And I'm JR.
All right, so today we're going to be doing not a new segment for us, but a new segment for, I guess, just the stream itself. On our podcast, we actually had, I would say Monster Monday, but we had Monster of the Week. Our podcast came out every week. Uh, at least we tried to have it out every week.
Fair.
And at the end of our segment we always had us discussing a monster. um it wasn't just us discussing a monster just in general. It was us discussing a monster, uh basically like
Homebrewed.
homebrewing a creature. uh if you actually do check out our podcast, which is pretty much now defunct,
Yeah,
um
this is so much better.
yeah, our podcast is now defunct. We like I said, at the end of the week, we would pick a monster and we would homebrew that monster itself, and we would talk about how we modified the creature.
Hmm.
Um, I decided that while I did like that, I think that it was probably better if I don't know, if I made it to where it's sorry, I had to move him over. If I made it to where we can actually show the creatures in action. Um, that way, so we're showing the original creature and a possible homebrew creature as well. So,
As, yeah, as time permits.
yeah, as time permits. But I feel like, we'll be able to at least get at least just like the base creature, and then probably next week we'll probably do a homebrew if we run over time for this one. But before we go into anything, we do want to talk about our sponsor today. Our sponsor today is Tactical Tokens. Um, if you guys haven't already, please check them out. I'm going to put their information in the chat itself. But yeah, no longer will you need to worry about the when you're taking tokens anywhere that they're going to take up space, or worry about the possibility of breaking them, because we all know tokens are pretty pricey. With Tactical Tokens, you can easily transport all of your tokens in one small bag. They come in various sizes from medium all the way to gargantuan, and the great thing about them is you can customize them. We don't have our customized tokens yet, but they're going to be on the way, and I'm super excited for that. But yeah, if you guys haven't, please go check out Tactical Tokens. When we finally do get our coupon code, that will be added onto here as well, and you guys will be able to get 10% off of your total order. Um, I'm not going to go into like full detail about them, but I will show you. This is all of the tokens in one bag. That's the gargantuan right there. It's almost the size of my face.
Literally just throw it in a laptop bag, carry it with you.
Exactly. And they are dry erase and wet erase safe. They're extremely bendable. You bend them and then they go right back into being placed. So I highly recommend it, especially if you're on a tight budget and you can't carry or you can't purchase, $5, $10 worth of tokens every time. Just get those if you're really looking to get them customized. They do have that option there as well. But yeah, so back to Monster Monday. So the very first episode of Monster Monday that we had on our podcast, we did Displacer Beasts, and they are JR's favorite. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not even
they
gonna
are.
lie, they are his absolute favorite creature. So it would make sense that, kind of going back to how the podcast was, we add Displacer Beasts as well. Or we start off with Displacer Beasts at least. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna have just the general, basic, out of the book, out of the monster manual Displacer Beast, and then, if time permits, we'll be able to homebrew the monster and then run a scenario with this homebrew creature as well. Um, when we are finished with it, we will actually be posting the the actual sheet itself, the homebrew creature, in our Discord server, as well as our Tumblr, which Tumblr is also now defunct, but we're trying to get that one kind of up and running. We might actually also post it on our Instagram as well. But yeah, so the basic scenario: you are an adventurer and you are resting for the night. Um, Obviously, if you're a solo adventurer, you probably will try not to go deep into the woods, but you're gonna have to rest. There's no way that you're gonna be able to travel without gaining a level of exhaustion.
Hmm.
So you're taking a rest. Oh, and I will be playing the adventurer today. Hi, I am the adventurer.
Let's
um,
play Mr. Beast. Yes.
yes. And yeah, so you decided to take a rest for the evening. Um, Obviously, he's going to try and set up as much precaution as he can, but I decided to play a non magic caster this time because not everybody has the ability to be a caster.
Did you play Dondarrion Nahati?
No, I did not play Dondari Nahati.
Okay.
I should have. I'm playing Halloran.
Oh, okay.
So, the scenario is you have stopped for a rest. You are alone, either heading into town or leaving town, and you have tried to set up as much precaution as possible, considering the fact that you are not a magic caster. I'm also playing a level 10 character, um, so that will kind of help. I am playing a level 10 variant human champion fighter. So yeah, we're going to roll initiative.
Okay. The question is, are you saying like I've already been spotted?
No, we're just going to roll initiative,
Oh,
so we
just
don't
so
have
we
to
know.
do it later.
That would be a pain. Yeah, you're right. Uh, initiative.
All right, so disregarding the initiative order at this point in time, um, we're basically going to have it where, he's obviously sleeping, and this displacer beast is going to be encroaching on his camp. Now, being a non-magic caster, I would have already had it set up to where there's possible traps in the area. So this displacer beast is going to have to be on the lookout for possible traps, like actual animal traps, catch their paws, snares, um, any kind of like cans and stuff like that, like cans on a string, tripwires. So this creature is actually going to have to get through this scenario, and if they are, I guess, sentient, if they have like some level of intelligence where they can think instead of just respond, they might be able to actually look for these things and get around certain scenarios. Whereas, if they were just like a wild wolf, wolves are probably just going to go try and sneak up on the individual and not worry about, oh, there's a can on the floor.
Yeah, there's a reason that their intelligence isn't a two.
Hmm.
Like they have some level of intelligence.
Yeah. So obviously, my adventurer is currently sleeping. So it is now the kitty cat's turn.
I am going to roll stealth.
Hmm.
So a DM would normally either choose to just say that they're in stealth, but I would believe that you would want to roll.
Oh yeah, no, no, no. I would fully recommend having them roll because at least the player is now aware of how stealthy they are versus just going, okay, well you're in stealth, but I could say you're in stealth and then my passive could be a lot higher.
All right. As it's nighttime, do I have advantage or no?
I would allow it, especially because my guy is sleeping.
I don't know if it always rolls it or if it just.
No, I have the advantage toggle on, so you should have to put that on. Um, okay, so your
Oh,
first
yeah, I
one,
see it now.
yep.
I'll roll a second time.
All
Okay.
right, so 21.
Sneaky.
So you are currently stealthing. And
Okay. Um, probably picked up like a scent, and I would believe, they would naturally be curious.
Hmm.
And I'm going to move to the edge of this wall and peek around the corner. Uh, what would the beast see?
The beast will see a low burning fire and a figure next to the log itself. Like most of his body will be hidden behind a log, and you'll probably see like his shoulders and head.
All right. I'm guessing also they would probably roll perception to look or investigation to look for anything in the area trap wise.
Hmm.
So what would that be for a beast? Would that normally
Just
be perception?
perception. Yeah, just perception.
Okay. So they don't have that. So let me
Unless you're actively looking. If it's just trying to perceive the area, then yes, perception. But if they are trying to actively search for a trap, which chances are they wouldn't be aware of that, of
yeah, I
that,
don't think so.
yeah, then it would just be a straight perception.
So for that, that's wisdom. Oh no.
Okay,
Great
so that's a
Orphan.
4. Yeah, so that 4, obviously, the creature's just kind of scanning the area and they don't see anything.
And they would see that they don't see anything, and they would probably let me see how far he's moved so far. Here, 25.
Well, that's not straight across. You would have to count the angles.
Yeah, it's be 20, and we'll say 20 again. So he's already moved his full movement.
Hmm.
So that would have been the end of his turn. But now there's this cat that's basically just watching you.
Well, yeah, so now we're going to go back to the adventurer's turn. We're going to see if the adventurer will even be bothered by any sounds around him. So I'm going to have him roll a. Mm, what would it be? Mm, let's just do perception.
I was gonna say your passive perception
Yeah,
is
his
like
passive.
a noise
No,
or something.
his passive because he is asleep. Yeah, you're right. His passive is an 11.
Oh
So
my god.
yeah, he's not very perceptive of things around him. So yeah, I mean he's still snoozing away.
Uh, well, obviously, as the beast didn't notice anything, they would probably, let's see here, they have a range of 10. So they'd probably come close. Uh, it sucks they don't grant them a bite attack.
All right, so I'm going to need you to roll me a dexterity save, please.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming.
Hmm. Because a smart adventurer would look at any openings, such as this one here. Let me get my ruler. Such as this one here, basically, and anything that would be open for attack. So
They'd probably set up some sort of alarm.
they would have set up some sort of alarm, again, another tripwire, something. Since he doesn't have magic, he would have probably set up um, some kind of metal, like probably his mess kit, on tripwire. So if the bee stepped on it, then it would have, knocked the cans together or the metal together. So obviously, because the displacer beast uh, failed, well, I wouldn't say failed. You actually did pass. Your foot kind of like knocked it a little bit, but
And he noticed the sound.
he would have noticed the sound. So he would have woken up. Now, again, this isn't a scenario that would generally happen. Um, because he did have a deck save of 14, this would have probably been like a very low deck save.
Hmm.
Um, so
Like a 12 or a 13, something
yeah,
like
it
that.
probably would have been like about a 12 because he's not really going to try and rush, especially if he had just reached this area at nighttime. He's going to be focused more on getting a campfire and getting sleep than setting up and wasting another 2 or 3 hours and not get a full night's rest.
You know what I would say? as a DM, a smart way to do it would be to say you add your survival skill to it because you're setting up a trap. You would think survival would be the what that would fall under.
Mm, for what?
So, like, let's say you're in the wilds or whatever. The for setting up the tripwires and knowing where to set them up and how to set them up or how to hide the traps and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
But
I
that
would say
it still
use
it still has
survival.
nothing. It has nothing to do with the beast.
Oh, I know. What I'm saying
Oh,
though
you're
is
talking about if you were gonna have the individual set up
yeah,
and
to
have
set it
them
up.
roll. Yeah, yeah, then definitely a survival or a nature check or something like that. Something in regards to the general area. It would make more sense for them to roll that.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, so just for the sake of allowing the individual to wake up, we'll say that the beast failed. But generally, this would have probably, especially depending on their survival roll to see like how well they hit it, would also depend on the level of difficulty. Because if they have a
Yeah,
nat 20, it's going to be extremely difficult for this beast to find it, versus if they rolled a 5. And then the
yeah,
beast probably rolled a 14. Like, yeah, they're going to easily step over it. They'll probably see the glint of metal or something. But as I said, for the sake of just kind of, allowing this creature, is allowing this person to actually survive this encounter, or at least have a chance.
yeah.
We're going to say that he was alerted to the sound, so he would have rolled significantly high. He was alerted to the sound, and that's when he wakes up.
Is there a
So
surprise round now?
there's
Since I
no
got
such thing as a surprise round.
okay, is he surprised?
He would have been alerted, so he is not surprised.
Oh, okay. Um, I'm still gonna make two attacks
All right.
before he wakes up. Um, let's, actually, he's prone, right? What do
Yes, he is technically prone. You have reached him before he was able to actually stand up.
okay. Do I need to be within 5 feet?
If your reach is 10 feet for your tentacles, then no.
Okay. Okay.
But
Then
if I think it's your tentacles should have 10 feet, and
mhm.
your claws should have 5 feet.
Oh, actually, what's crazy is they don't get claws.
They
They
don't.
don't get.
That's weird.
They don't have claws or bite. They only get the tentacle attack, which is just crazy to me. Yeah. Um. But yeah, I will go ahead and swipe at you with my tentacle, advantage, and it has multi attack, so there's two attacks, an 18 and an 11.
All right. So if I'm not mistaken, uh,
I'm here to learn.
you.
That's what we're all here for. We're here to learn.
All right. So let's see. My guy. Oh, and also, this is something that a lot of people are not. I would say they're aware of, but they kind of just completely disregard. You are taking a rest. You cannot sleep in your heavy armor. You can't sleep in your medium armor, or else you're gonna take a level of exhaustion.
There's literally magical armor that lets you rest in it, and there's spells that let you rest in armor.
But this guy would not have those because
Yep.
again, we're doing just a very basic scenario. So this individual would have had to remove his armor. So if you're using D&D Beyond, it's easy that way. You can just kind of like go in and click off whatever you have here, um, just like your armor and stuff, and not have to worry about it. So what would be a 19 AC has now dropped to a 12.
Oh God.
Yes. So you rolled.
You set up the worst case scenario for this guy.
I did. So you rolled an 18 and an 11. So the first tentacle will hit, the second one will miss.
Okay. The first one hits, and you take 9 bludgeoning, 2 piercing.
All right. So he's struck with this, obviously. He's going to wake up surprised, like, oh my God, something just hit me. Like, he obviously heard the sound, so he was in the process of waking up. And as soon as he looks over, he would have all automatically seen this displacer beast and its tentacle coming at him.
Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how far I moved. And because of the way they are ambush attackers. So it will attack you and then move back 10 feet. So it's going to go to here. Yeah, that's one thing. A lot of people just make their encounter static. You got to think like an animal. It's going to attack and then it's going to move away.
Mm-hmm. So he has jumped back, and obviously he's already attacked him. Well, another thing that people don't, pay attention to is the fact that armor cannot be put on within a couple seconds. So, this guy is now currently SOL.
Does he
He
have a shield?
he has a shield, but
Thank God.
that's it. Like he doesn't have his armor on to be able to defend himself. So, he is going to get up. Sorry, I gotta go back to here. I gotta put on his shield, which now puts him at a 14 AC. He has his longsword. Actually, no. He's going to immediately get up and see this creature, grab his shield. He's not going to grab his shield. Nope. He will not grab his shield.
He crazy.
He's crazy. He's not going to grab his shield. Um, he is going to grab his crossbow, because crossbow is two-handed. So he's going to grab his crossbow and he is going to attempt to attack with the crossbow.
And joy oh joy, because I haven't been hit yet, you have disadvantage.
Yay. Um,
That's one of the great things about Displacer Beasts is they have an attacker has disadvantage until they hit them.
mhm. So because he is a fighter, he also does have extra attack because he is a level 10 fighter. So he has two attacks on his turn. So we're going to hit once. That is a 21. And a nat 20.
So a 21. You have disadvantage
Yes.
because you had me.
So,
But a 21 for the first
well,
hit.
no. Yeah, the 21 for the first one will definitely hit.
Oh yeah.
And then we're going to do that. So that is 5. And then he has extra attack.
And it's a regular attack now.
Yep.
And that definitely hits.
So that is 17. And your AC for your beast is?
Uh, 13.
13. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. I'm going to. Alright. So you have a 13 AC. If you guys haven't already, you can actually check out his, like, right underneath him. I have put his placard down there so you can see exactly like what he has.
Yeah.
Alright, so he has attacked with both. He managed to hit. So you have taken a total of 9 damage.
Okay. Total of 9.
Um, he has also, because he has moved to stand to do this attack, he has lost half of his movement. So what would have been 30, he now only has 15 feet of movement. And he is not going to move. He's actually going to kick a log into the fire to make it brighter.
Ooh.
And now we're going to go to the kitty cat.
All right. Now displacement. That's one thing. Another thing people mess up. So if someone gets like a reaction attack, this is really important to mention. Um, displacement is basically turns off until the end of the displacer beast turn. So if he was surrounded by enemies and went to run after he'd been hit, it doesn't restart at the beginning of his turn. So those attacks would still be normal compared to having disadvantage until his turn ends. Um, let's see here. I would think uh, that as he's been struck, um, let's see here. He's been hit, but he's traded a hit. So he would probably see the fire go up, and it would make him nervous, but it wouldn't stop him from attacking.
Mm-hmm.
And so he'd probably rush back in, almost like a flyby kind of thing. And he's probably, yeah, because I'm going to try to go here. So I'm trying to stay out of your reach, but as he goes by, he will make 2 attacks. It's going to end up here. He's trying to hide basically behind the wall from your uh, crossbow. Let's see here. And 2 attacks. Longer advantage. Miss. Probably a miss again. Oh no. My
Both
luck
of
strikes again.
those are misses because he has an AC of 12.
Mm-hmm. And Displacer Beast is basically trying to run back into the forest and hide, and basically get out of the light. Because I'm pretty sure would the wall cast a shadow?
Yes, walls will cast shadows.
Okay. So with the wall casting shadow and it being a black beast, it's basically trying to obscure itself from sight. Because Displacer Beasts, their whole thing is that they're ambush predators. So that ends my turn.
Okay. So. So this creature has obviously rushed past him. Now, this adventurer is a champion fighter. His second, whatever you call that. What is
Second
that
wind.
called? No, no, no. His second additional fighting style is blind fighting. So, for those who are not aware of what blind fighting is, you have blind sight with a range of 10 feet. So anything within 10 feet from him, he can see, even if he is blinded or in darkness. So he could be in actual darkness, like the darkness spell, and he could still see 10 feet in front of him. Moreover, you can see an invisible creature within that range. Now, this creature, you said you did not go invisible?
No, because they don't have any of these things.
Okay, so this creature is not invisible, but if it did have an ability, like you homebrewed it, and it did have the ability to become invisible, then he would have the ability to see it within 10 feet of him. After
Mm-hmm.
that, obviously he can't. So, unless also the creature is successfully hidden from him. So, this creature has rushed past him, considering that the light around him is brighter. A campfire light lights for, what is it, 20 feet?
Mm-hmm.
20 feet bright, 20 feet dim. So he would have seen this creature
Okay.
very faintly, but it would have rushed past him.
I was gonna actually say I made sure to stay out of range. So they have a 10-foot range with their tentacles. I was thinking
Hmm.
it'd be like a he hits him as he goes by. That should have probably been stated so people understood better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah,
Use if you're playing the monsters, use their range to your advantage as the
yes,
DM.
use their range. So yeah, you would have at least stayed, so you would have been at least here at minimum, because that would have been your 10 feet there.
Mm-hmm.
No, no, you would have had to be here.
The idea was that he basically ran from where he was past you, and when he got within this square, hold on, let me ping it. When he got within this square, he would have lashed across this one and attacked you.
Yep. So this is 5. Each square would be 5 feet. So he would have to be at minimum 15 feet away to be able to take this 10-foot reach, which he can still see him because fire reaches out for 20 feet, which we're going to do that. Here's fire.
So he knew exactly where the displacer beast would have gone.
This would have been 20 feet right here. He can see all this just from that. And then another 20 feet in dim light. But because this wall is in the way, it is obscuring his vision. This shadow is now being cast over this wall. Now, mind you, this isn't a high wall. It is still I would say, half cover wall. But it's
So like
still going to
4 feet
cast,
high.
yeah, it's still going to cast a shadow, which is still going to obscure his vision, even though the creature is still within range. But because he is aware of where this creature has gone, he is going to now take his shield and his longsword. And now he is going to move to attempt to attack this creature. He's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Actually, no. 5, 10, 15, 20. He's going to move there. Now that he's here, he can see the creature.
Mm.
And he doesn't have anything else that he can do because he did not take his crossbow. So we're going to go back to the displacer beast.
Um, the displacer beast is going to see that he has put down the crossbow, which is the thing that originally hurt it. Um, and it's going to step up and attack. And now this is the part where you have to, like, if you were the DM, you have to suspend the tendency to metagame. Do both those hit?
Yes, both of those hit.
20 to 15. You take 21 damage. Wow,
Okay.
that thing hit hard. This would be the moment where you'd have to kind of like suspend your thinking as a person and think more like an animal. So if those two attacks had missed, it would have probably ran away. But now it feels that it has the advantage. So you have to kind of like think like what the beast would think. So it feels like it has the advantage. So it makes those two attacks, they hit, they draw blood, and it now feels like it's got the enemy on the back foot, kind of. And so it would not run away. Now, this is me, me thinking like this and me playing like this, but if you were just to play tactically like someone who has higher level intelligence, it would probably not stay within range because it knows that on the next turn he can just come and attack. Like you as a DM would know that. So it would more than likely, if it had failed and it realizes, oh well, I'm having a hard time fighting this thing, it might try to run away still, like disengage from the fight and try to basically play ring around the rosy uh, around this wall to try to keep him away. Um, but I'm thinking that as it hit and drew blood, it probably feels like it has the advantage, and so it's going to stay there. That ends my turn.
All right. So, because this creature has not attempted to, well, actually, no, he did attack him, and I'd taken what, 21 damage, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I already put that down. Okay. So, obviously, you as an adventurer would see that this creature is not only attacking you, but even though you have attacked it, it is not running away. Now, you do have the option of running away, but you also have to consider, is this creature attacking you because you're in its area? Is it attacking you because it's hungry? What is the purpose of it?
I just realized they can't see because the way you have your screen crop.
Oh,
I apologize, everyone.
okay, well, there we go. So, now, are you fearful because this creature is, you know, or is the creature fearful because you're in its area and it could be protecting cubs? Is it hungry? There's so many factors that could go into why this creature is attacking you. Also, you have to consider this creature's alone.
Mhm.
As far as you can tell, this creature is alone. So again, what if this is just trying to lure you out somewhere else for a possible ambush? You're not aware of that. So chances are run and possibly be chased down or stay and fight it. Because if you show a show of force, the creatures, if there are any others around, will probably take this as a sign of maybe we shouldn't. Because they did see you just take down one of their pack mates. So, this creature has attacked him. Obviously, he is going to attack back because, homie don't play that. So he's
Um,
going to run up. Yes?
can you check your Discord real quick?
Yes. Okay. All right. So now, what we are going to do is he has run up the 5 feet and he's going to take his longsword and he is going to attempt to attack. And he does have extra attack, so he does get the 2.
No. First attack's at disadvantage. Yes. Okay. uh, that would be a miss.
Okay. I just
So that
hear a
means
bunch of like pinging and I have no idea if it's actually working or not. Yep. And the next one is going to be.
also at disadvantage because you haven't hit yet.
I could just click that. Can I just click that? Nope. Okay. Well, it's not doing it. Oh, there we
And
go.
this is precisely what makes Displacer Beasts dangerous. 13 is meat to beat, so that actually hits.
All right. So you as a DM don't have to do the meat to beat rule. Just remember that. But it's a lot easier if you're like, okay, well, you hit my arm. Like my armor class is 13, which means that you would technically hit it. But there are some DMs that they don't allow meat to beat. It has to be over.
Hmm.
So it would have to be 14 or higher because their armor class is 13. I mean, which I kind of understand that rolling because I mean it would technically make sense. Like you can't technically hit, you know, I don't know how to describe it. Like he is a 13, so hitting him with a 13 would technically, I don't know, like
Maybe your armor would be what bounces it off.
yeah, your armor would be what would bounce it off. Like you hit him, you did manage to strike, but you would still hit his armor. Now again, most DMs do meet to beat, so 13, his AC is a 13, so I would technically hit. And that would be, he's one-handed because he does have his shield on, that would be 6 slashing. And also, if you as a player, I mean even as a DM, please clarify if your weapon is versatile, if you are going to be attacking one-handed or two-handed prior to rolling. Please,
Yeah.
because that is metagaming. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's metagaming. That is cheating. If you just suddenly go, oh well, I'm gonna attack, and oh, I'm suddenly gonna use two hands, and it's like, okay, but you have a shield on. Well, I had dropped my shield earlier. Oh, you never stated that.
Yeah.
So just try and be honest about it. State, it would be a really good habit to have where you state your form of attack prior to attacking. You know, or at least clarify, like, oh, well, I have this. I'm carrying a shield, which means obviously I'm swinging one-handed. But yeah, so my guy obviously swung. He missed with the first one, which means that, we could say like the tentacle came and just kind of batted the first one away. And then he came back and just like underhanded and just swung upward and caught that same tentacle.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have struck with the second one. Now, for all of the newer people, if you are not aware, taking a step out of somebody's range is an attack of opportunity. Being a level 10 fighter, this individual will probably realize that if I step back, I will still be within this creature's range because the creature has a 10-foot reach. I would have to be 15 feet or more away from him.
Mm-hmm.
So, his best chance is to fight him at close range. So, would he move? Probably not. Now, you can move around a creature as long as you are still within their range. And it will not take an attack of opportunity, or it cannot take one.
Mm-hmm. And the benefit of that being that it has a 10-foot range is that you now have a huge amount of space that you can move around the creature.
Hmm. So he's in front of this creature. I'm not going to do it, but if he chose to, he could run behind the creature.
Yep.
And the creature cannot attack him. Now, if he decided to run 15 feet back and then try to move around him, the creature can take that attack of opportunity at that point because it is within his attack range. But yeah, so we're jumping over to you.
Okay. Uh, comes back around to the turn. I would think that it feels it's probably doing more than you are,
Hmm.
so it probably feels still like it has the upper hand,
Hmm.
and it would probably just go ahead and just attack you. Um,
Yep. Yes.
okay, 15, so 24. No, no, that can't be right. 24? 24
That's
total?
15 and 9.
Yeah, that's 24 total. Jesus, yeah. I forgot how hard they hit.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought,
That's what I was saying. Like, these sorts of creatures, you would generally not have one person fighting
oh
this.
yeah,
Like, this you would need to have, unless you have an extremely high level individual with a high HP, you would hands down not. And we're literally putting this in like the way I set this up is like one of the worst case scenarios.
yeah. This is a deadly encounter.
This is him asleep, no
Yep.
armor, like literally no defense. Because if I had it, we'll probably run this again, but with him having armor,
It
to
completely changes
it
the dynamic.
changes everything. So you have done 21 damage to him.
Hmm.
So I'll tell you guys right now, he does have a max of 84. He is currently down to 28 health.
Oh yeah, no. The displacer beast basically could wipe the floor with him
Oh
with no
yeah.
armor.
I mean, if there were at least two people at level 10, then we would probably have a fighting chance. Again, that's where action economy comes into play. You definitely need to have more people to be able to attack him, because even if it's two against one, that's still two people attacking this one individual.
Yeah, and she does have action surge, which I'm quite sure she's probably getting ready to
Oh
use.
yeah, I will definitely be using action surge. Think
Yeah.
of this like a creature that has multi attack. It's like having two fighters against one individual.
Yeah, especially seeing as normally when they hit hard.
Mhm.
So in the case of a displacer beast, it actually every time it hits you, they separate it so one 1d6 piercing and 1d6 is bludgeoning, but it does 2d6, so that's basically a great sword swing
Mhm.
plus 4 for for both of those. So it could do a total of 46 plus 8 every if it hits with both attacks every turn. So it actually can get very dangerous for low health, low AC individuals
Mhm.
because it's a challenge rating 3, which means that it's supposed to be fighting a party of at least 4.
At
Um,
minimum 4,
yeah,
and it's not recommended to be 4. And I will tell you this right now: when they tell you that is a recommended party, no, it is not.
yeah,
4 is the minimum that you can scrape by.
Yeah, it's really probably closer to 5 or 6,
Mm-hmm.
and it that means that there's supposed to be three, or they're all supposed to be level 3, and there's supposed to be 4 to 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and one level 10 fighter is going to struggle in a fight against this, especially unarmored.
Mm-hmm.
They basically have no chance because their armor class is what keeps them alive.
Yes. All right. So, you have done your attack. Are you finished, or are you going to move?
No, he sees you bloodied and kind of broken. He feels like he's winning. So no, he probably wouldn't leave.
Okay. So, I have um, second wind. So I will be using my bonus action to use second wind, which will give me a D10 plus 10 health. You get second wind once per short rest.
I
So,
want to see. I want to see. I hope you roll full 10 instead of a 1
oh
because I
yeah.
feel so
So
bad.
please keep that in mind in case anybody's going to be doing that. Yes, you do have. Okay, it's not showing anymore.
You can do it.
There we go. 16.
Oh, 16 total. That's pretty good.
That is. So he has 16, and now he is back up to 44.
Hmm.
So he literally only has 40 more to get back up to max. And
Basically,
again, this is the scenario where he's not going to be stopping to take a health potion and whatnot. This is literally just, he just woke up and now he's being attacked. He needs to try and save himself or die.
yeah, he probably doesn't have any of his equipment on him besides that sword and shield.
Hmm.
So, yeah,
So
he's
he's
anything to stay
used.
alive.
Hmm. He has used second wind. And my question, you must finish a short or long rest. On your turn, you can take one additional action. Okay, so my question to you, JR, action
Mhm.
surge. Is that
You-
a free action? Is that a
It's a full,
bonus action?
it's a full extra attack, or it's a full extra action,
No, no,
and
like
it's
it to use it. For those who are unaware of what an action surge is, will it will it take a bonus action to use it? Will it take, is it just something that the fighter gets and they can just call on it like once per short rest? Is it,
no, yeah, it's something that you can basically call on. You don't, it doesn't cost you, um,
it doesn't cost you anything to use it.
yeah, it doesn't cost you. It's basically a free action to activate. It's kind of like a monk using key points.
Hmm.
You still have to make the choice to use the key points,
And you
but it doesn't
expend the key
cost you.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's basically a feature it's a free action to use up.
Hmm. So,
It's
my fighter is going to attack. He's going to have his two attacks, and then he's going to action surge.
okay.
So, he will be going in with his two longsword attacks.
The first they're at disadvantage till they hit.
Yep.
Dang it, 13. Okay, yeah, that hits.
And then the next one is just going to be a standard hit because he's already hit the creature.
That
24.
hits,
Then he's going to action surge
and get 2 more attacks.
and get two more attacks. And because he's already struck this creature, he gets them at just regular.
Hmm.
22 and 23.
Yeah, all those hit. So you basically hit it 4 times.
So that's going to be, again, he is one handed because he does have the shield, so that is a 4.
My poor baby.
Is it not going to do it? That is a 3. So that's 7. 7 plus 6 is 7,
13.
13. And 16.
Nine,
He's done 16
no,
damage.
16. Okay.
So now he cannot use action surge or second wind again because these are once per short rest.
Okay. Have you taken me below half health? No.
And he
Um.
will not move because he also realizes if he does move, that will incur an opportunity attack. Now, also something else that I haven't stated, you do get improved critical with the fighter. Your weapon attacks score a critical hit on a 19 or 20. So if any of my attacks had been a 19 or a 20, which they have not been, but had they have been, I would have automatically auto crit. So
Well,
if I
she's a
was
high
at
level.
yeah, so if I was at at disadvantage with my first attack for him and I rolled and my first one was like a 19 or I had like a 19 and a 22, my disadvantage is still going to be a crit because it's still a 19.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have done my attacks. I cannot take action surge again and I cannot take second wind again. It is now your turn.
Okay. Um, I don't know if this would work against you or for you because it hasn't. So I've always treated anything that's animalistic. This is a choice. This would be a choice as a DM. But anything that's animalistic, if it drops below half health, it tends to change from a fight mechanic to a flight mechanic. And she has not dropped me below half health yet, so I haven't switched to that. But I just want to give that in case we don't get to that point.
Hmm.
Um, which means that it may attack the individual, but it will focus more on fleeing and getting away so that it can fight and live another day than staying and fighting.
Hmm.
Because
Packs
even
of wolves. We'll cover like wolves in another Monster Monday, but packs of wolves. Say that you have a pack of six. If there are more people in your party than there are wolves, the wolves will not attack you.
yeah, because
If
the larger numbers is what they worry
exactly the
about.
wolves, they're wolves aren't extremely intelligent, but they are aware that numbers help because they obviously all attack in a group.
Hmm.
So, if say you have a pack of, six wolves, or say four, you have a pack of four wolves, and you're a party of six, they will not attack you. If you have a party of five, they will consider attacking you
Hmm.
because there's one person that all they have to do is take out one person, and now you're on equal footing. Now, if you and your party wipe out two of those wolves,
They're probably gonna run.
chances are they're going to run because that is just how it is. Like you can even look in like the monster manual and whatnot. It will specifically tell you if you take down the number of wolves to half, they will automatically run away.
Yep.
All right,
Because
so
they're fighting for survival. They're looking
mhm.
at you as an easy meal, and if you prove you're not an easy meal, they're probably gonna run.
Oh yeah. All right,
Um.
so your turn.
So yeah. My turn. He is going to make the two attacks.
Mhm.
Uh, I don't know if he would run or not. I don't think he would run yet because you haven't dropped him down below half health. So he will make the two attacks, and depending on how they go,
And that below half health is not
it's not a thing
required.
that you. Yeah, it's just something that I personally do.
Yeah.
So one of those hit.
Yes, one of those definitely hit.
You take the 10 damage, and
And also, if you are playing something that is resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing, please, please, please keep that in mind because that can definitely be the difference between life and death. That will
yeah,
be half of any damage taken.
yeah, kind of like when you're a barbarian that rages, you're taking half damage.
Hmm.
So for most things, unless you're like a totem of the bear, because they get resistance to everything but psychic damage.
Hmm.
So, uh, yeah, he does the 10 damage, and I am going to say holds his. I'm gonna say he doesn't move
Okay.
because though you've harmed him, he doesn't feel like you've done enough to make him leave.
Okay. Um, well, my guy has been attacked again, so he's going to attack. And remember, he cannot use his action search because he's already used it. So he will be attacking. The first one is going to be a disadvantage because he hasn't already hit him yet.
He hit him,
So that is a 16. And then his next attack is going to be at regular. And he
which
misses with
misses.
the second attack.
What the
So
heck?
the first one,
That's my kind of luck.
he does 8 damage. Now he's going to run. And he's going to try and get back to the fire. So 5, 10, 15, 20. Because he ran, now the Displacer Beast gets an attack of opportunity,
Which hits.
which hits him. So he's going to take 12 damage.
Jesus. Yeah. Didn't you have a character that died to the Displacer Beast?
Yes, my sorcerer. Yeah, it was my sorcerer. She was hiding underneath a tree because we had been attacked by Displacer Beast, and she wasn't aware that there was one on top of the tree, and it pounced on her and did crit damage and killed her.
Mm.
But yeah, so my guy has decided to run back to the fire, so he'll be able to see better. And this creature has taken an attack of opportunity against him. Now, that was the creature's reaction. And as we discussed in our last table talk, taking a reaction after your turn means you cannot take a reaction again.
Yep.
But it
And
restarts at the start of your turn.
yep.
Which
All.
means if there were like 3 adventurers and 1 displacer beast and one ran away, and it was the displacer beast opportunity attack, he cannot react if another person ran away because he's
Yep.
already used it. But because it's only one on one, I ran, so the displacer beast attacked. That was his reaction. Then, now that it is the start of his turn, he gets his reaction back.
Yeah. And the other thing I was gonna say is that DMs. I think there's not even DMs. I think there are creatures that do get multiple opportunity attacks, but it's listed in their traits.
Hmm.
So, um, if it's not listed in the traits, they literally only have the one reaction.
Hmm.
So,
All right, so it
uh,
is your turn.
it comes back around to its turn, and it saw him flee. Mm,
And remember, nothing in the rulebook states that the creature needs to stay and fight.
yeah, nothing.
Like,
Nothing says
like
it. Yeah, it has.
there's no reason for that. Now, also, actions, as we have also discussed in the last episode. Actions do not just have to be attacking. You have attacking, casting a spell, dashing, disengaging, dodging, grapple, help, hide, improvise, ready, search, shove, or use an object.
Hmm.
So, it like coming from the adventurer's perspective, instead of attacking him, I could have used the disengage action, which means that I disengage and run. The creature cannot attack me because I have disengaged from combat.
Do check your Discord,
Will do.
and I might actually have this thing run up on top of this, kind of like put its front paws over, because you said it's a low wall, right?
Yes, it's about 4 feet, so he would have
Uh,
had half cover.
yeah, it sees him with the standing next to the fire,
Hmm.
and it doesn't come over the wall. It sees the light, and he's obviously standing up, and it's concerned, like should it rush or not, and it's just going to attack from where it's at, and then drop back behind the wall. So, or not drop back behind the wall, but basically be looking over the wall with its tentacles raised menacingly. 20 and 12. So I know that 12 don't hit. 13. So 13 damage.
Hmm. All right, so 13 damage. Ooh. Wowee.
Wowee.
Wowee. I'm about to die.
But it did not. I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna say that it stepped up on top of the wall,
Okay.
trying to like menace him.
Okay. So, he is obviously about to die. My guy. Because he has 9 health. So, I can tell you right now, this next attack from this beast will definitely take him out. You don't have to do this. Again, completely optional. But my guy, pretty much thinking, like, okay, I'm going to die. I have attacked this creature all that I can. I'm obviously doing damage to it. He's going to try to intimidate it. Because if he can, his thought is if he could bring this beast towards him, if it lunges, he might be able to actually use his sword to stab it in the chest. And that might be able to kill him. Now, again, that's more of a flavor thing based on whether the DM will allow it. Because, I mean, it could be half health. But, you know, I mean, sometimes the rule of cool does apply. Like, even if you're at half health, like, if you stab something in the chest and you actually hit his heart, he's dead. I mean, unless he has
Yeah,
like 3 or 4 hearts, then, you know,
you're in trouble.
you're in
Yep.
trouble. But yeah, I mean, if the situation applies for it, just consider the options. Sometimes your players might want to do something that's like completely off the wall, like, hey, I'm gonna use intimidate, and if this thing runs at me, and it's my turn anyways, I'm gonna try and attack it in the chest, and I'm gonna try and pierce its heart. I mean, the DM might allow it, might not. So situationally, and also it would depend on whether it can intimidate this creature. Also
Hmm.
depends on rolls. So my guy is going to attempt to intimidate.
How are you gonna
So
intimidate it?
he's actually going to kind of roar at it and bang on his shield with his sword. Pretty much, he's going to try and make himself look as big and menacing as possible, while also standing near the fire because fire is fire and fire burns. So
Fire bad.
exactly. So this creature might actually go like, "Wow, wait a minute. He's actually really scary," and might run away or not. We'll see how the rolls go. 17.
Ooh. I would guess that would be an insight check against you. So
Uh,
wisdom.
yeah, wisdom.
Oh no.
I knew it. I knew it.
He dead. He
I
dead
knew
now.
it.
That's
I
how
was I was
sometimes that's
like
how the rolls go.
I was literally I was like either I'm gonna get this nat 20 or you will. I knew it. Like I was looking at it and I was like, it's coming up and it's either gonna be me or you.
You know what's funny? They can't see it, but yeah, she rolls a 17 and I roll a 21, which
Yeah.
is a nat 20 for this thing.
Yeah.
It is not intimidated in the least. It literally makes a chuffing noise. Like,
So my guy has attempted to intimidate this creature unsuccessfully. He still has his attack. This guy, knowing that he is going to die, is going to put down his shield, drop his shield and his long sword, and he's going to pick up his crossbow because that is exactly where he left it. And because he dropped his shield, he is back down to a 12, and he is going to attack. The first one is going to be a disadvantage,
oh no.
and
Come
the
on.
second one is at a
You just gotta
disadvantage,
hit. Oh, that one hit.
and he does 8 damage.
And this would be a DM discretion kind of thing, but I just dropped below half health. So I would like you to re-roll the intimidation roll,
Okay.
and I'll re-roll insight.
19.
Watch it be. Oh, dude, watch it be again.
A
Oh,
nat 1!
and that one. So yeah. So it gets hit with this arrow, thinking, "Oh, he's not really that scary," and it's gonna mess him up. And then it gets hit with the arrow and goes, "Oh shit, he might actually kill me." And on its turn, it's gonna take the dash action and run away into the darkness.
And because the creature is so far from him, from my guy, he cannot take this attack of opportunity
Yeah,
because it has not left his threat range.
yeah,
Now, again, your threat
it would have to
range
be
would
right
be
next to
it,
him,
yeah, it would have to be for a basic creature would have to be 5 feet.
which is basically every adjacent square.
Yes, every square directly around him would be 5 feet. If he had a glaive, it would be 10 feet. So 5 to 10 feet. So if the creature was 10 feet from him and then stepped back to 15 feet and you had a glaive, you can attack him because he's
Hey,
still within that range. He
hey,
has reach.
can you shift the screen over so they can see the rolls? I wanted to show them like how lucky you got. That's crazy.
Yeah, sure. 1 second. Um,
But yeah, he's actually going to be double the distance that he is because I can't go any further off the screen. So he basically is going to vanish into the night. Yeah. So if you guys notice, literally Nat 20, that should have been it for her, and
mhm,
then she took it below half health, and it now actually could be intimidated.
mhm.
Now, if she had rolled cruddy and I had rolled good, she would probably be dead.
Oh yeah. So what even I, as a DM, believed to be an encounter where he was going to die. Obviously, the rolls decided otherwise, which can honestly, like, just situations like these can completely change a scenario. Something that you would have never thought possible. Because, I mean, again, rule of cool kind of thing, you know, you might not want to have this be a deadly encounter. You might want to just kind of rough up your players a little bit, kind of like scare them into like, oh my god, we're actually in like the wild and there's things out here that can kill us because a, a lot of DMs kind of just skip over the traveling. They just
That
kind they
and
gloss over
also
the fact of like, hey, you guys are resting and there's something actually out here attacking you. Like, yeah, everybody rolled good on perception. Doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean that there's nothing in the woods. It just means that you either
would have
do or
perceived.
don't perceive it.
Yeah, which is worse, which is way worse because
Mhm.
it's great. All your friends roll, you know, 10 and under for their perceptions, and then you're the one player that rolls the 22, and they're like, and you're like, oh, that's really good. So what do I see? And then they're like, oh yeah, you look out into the darkness and
You
you
see
see,
actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
oh god, actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf. Did someone drop that, or did you just
No,
wanted to say that?
I did it because I was just thinking like your scenario when everybody had taken a rest and you were sitting on top of the on the cart and you were looking around and everybody else like rolled decently well and then you rolled and you got like really high and it was like, oh, you see him about 30 feet back.
And I was so excited to hear those
And you
words
were
because I
like,
knew they
what?
would
And
come.
it's like he gets down on all four and breaks into a sprint and you're like, oh, it's Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf.
But yeah, so, again, like situations like these, you know, the creature didn't have to run away. We didn't plan this. This is honestly like real play. I have no idea what he's going to do as a creature. He doesn't know what I'm going to do as a creature. So, my guy somehow lucked out. I don't know how, but yeah, he lucked out by intimidating this creature well enough to run off.
I like to say fate is fickle. So literally, if you let the dice decide, it gets rid of number one, it gets rid of plot armor, which I hate plot
I hate
armor,
plot armor.
but it gets rid of plot armor, and you never know what might happen.
Hmm.
This person probably should have died, but because he was able to struggle far enough and do enough damage, that this thing felt, oh, my life might actually be in danger, it decided to instead leave and lick its wounds so it could at least fight for another day. Because, as I said, this basically the idea behind this was that this displacer beast was hungry and looking for an easy meal, and basically found a not easy meal, is the way he's now looking at it. So he'll just go kill a rabbit or something, or not a rabbit, but a deer or something.
Yeah, so Rocky just said I need a shirt that says I hate plot armor on the back with the logo on the front. And yes, I will be making that. I'm probably going to be making that like right now and I'm going to post it in the merch shop. Like, yes.
You
I
have the
hate.
merch shop running?
Yeah, I have the merch shop running.
You know, I never see you plug the merch shop, so I
Oh,
just didn't
yeah,
know
no.
you had it.
I know. It's
You
it's
should.
just an oversight. It's just an oversight on my part cuz
Yeah.
I got so much going on. But yeah, so that was basically the scenario of, the solo adventurer without armor on, somehow managing to frighten a displacer beast.
Yep.
Because that's terrifying. I'm not
It
gonna
is.
lie, if I would be scared of that guy if he managed to chase off a displacer beast. I'm
Yeah,
like, you
and
know
and the
what? I don't want to mess with you.
and as a DM, the way I would say this, like this person's sleeping or whatnot, like that scene where it jumps up on the wall. Think about how large and menacing
Well, I
a
mean, because a
cat
a
that size
displacer
would be.
beast is already large.
Yeah, it's already basically the size of it's basically the size of a panther. It's a panther that has uh the tentacles
Hmm.
coming out off of its shoulders. And a panther is already pretty terrifying. So I could just imagine what it would be like to see this thing, knowing that
And you got to think, like,
it
because
could be your last moments,
especially because it's coming out from the shadows
and the thing's pitch black.
and it's pitch black and it's going to put his paws, all you're going to see is these two big paws and they're going to be lit by the light. And it also depends, you as a DM have to word it like to actually bring the fear, like, okay, you ran away from this creature, you're standing by the fire and the light of it is actually kind of obscuring your vision, and just past this 4 foot wall you see nothing but darkness,
And then
and
out
from the
out of the
darkness
darkness,
you see these two paws just kind of slowly resting on this 4 foot wall. Most creatures are between the height of most average height, obviously excluding halflings and dwarves and whatnot. Most average human plus would be 5 foot at minimum to 6 foot, maybe 7 foot if you're like really pushing it. So just imagine this wall is probably the height of your chest. And there's this creature that puts his paws on it. And then you just see his face slowly coming into the light.
and then the tentacles kind of
And
sliding
then the,
in
the
from the darkness.
tentacles just kind of slinking in, like from over his shoulder. You just see them like weaving out. That itself, just a description of it, is terrifying because obviously we imagine things, in our minds. So you're just looking at it from this guy's perspective. You're staring at this shadow or at the darkness and you're just watching this shine kind of glint forward and then you see this creature's face just make its way through. That's
And
scary in and of itself. My guy's already at 9 health. He knows he's going to die. So he wants to do enough damage that he can possibly take this thing out with him. I mean, the dice decided, to spare me apparently.
I was gonna say they decided to spare you because I had 38 health left. I was like, dude, after especially after you were like, "Oh, I'm not looking good." You said you had 28 earlier. I was like, "Dude, I'm about to mollywop the rest of this
Oh
fighter. It's
yeah.
game over." Now, if she had had armor on from the beginning, many of my hits would not have hit.
Oh yeah.
So that changes a lot of it, and that's another thing. That is a great thing for DMs to do is to catch people basically when they're unprepared,
I
especially
love I
when
love
they
doing
start
that.
to yeah, especially when they start to feel impervious. Fighters, um, fighters, clerics with armor, paladins with heavy armor, they tend to start to feel invincible when they get around the 20 armor class.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because they're like, oh, 9 times out of 10 they're not going to hit me anyway, so I'm fine. And you catch them without their armor, and panic ensues. And if you're a DM that definitely, if you're a DM that is struggling with a character who min maxes and has tried to make themselves invincible, as long as you do the rules surrounding armor and being able to wear it or sleep in it, they're not going to be able to be fully armored.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll make it a lot easier to deal with them in an encounter where you catch them by surprise and they're unarmored.
Oh yeah.
Like it was really smart for your guy to grab the shield. That
Mm-hmm.
was that was a huge thing.
Oh yeah,
Um,
because that shield honestly was the difference, between him living or dying.
oh yeah, it definitely was.
That shield, yes, people might disregard the shield because I've noticed this a lot. A lot of players will disregard shields. And they're cumbersome. Like, why am I going to bother having my character with the shield? And I'm like, well, because that shield can make or break whether your character lives or dies. Obviously, you saw my guy has armor. If he had his armor without his shield, it would be a 14, as you guys can see, because I just put the information down there. Level 10 variant human champion fighter. AC 19 with armor and shield. Without armor, but with a shield is a 14. Without his shield and his armor is a 12. That right there is going to tell you the huge difference that just a piece of metal can make.
Yeah, if that had happened, I would have hit you one, two. I'd hit you two more times, both for one for 12 damage and another for uh 13 damage. You would have been dead.
Oh yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's something so minute that people kind of just negate.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's a
Always.
shield. Like, okay, cool. And I'm like, a shield is extremely important. That shield will deflect things as much as you might want to knock it. Now, mind you, also my guy is also wearing he's wearing chainmail, and he does have I think it just says shield. I'm assuming it's a heavy shield. But
Hmm.
regardless, I mean that's still a huge difference in again making and breaking your character.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can run this again, but now he'll wear armor, and you guys
Oh
will
yeah.
honestly see like just the difference in how
Oh,
how it'll be.
yeah. The cat, unless the rolls go super bad for her, the cat will be running very quickly.
Hmm.
Like let's say he was still setting up for the night and it tried to ambush him.
Yeah, so he's set up for the night. Um, he would have very quickly kind of just put together a trap. We'll say that the trap has been triggered at this point. So basically, have the creature. Um,
I'll have it come from down here.
you're gonna have it come from
Okay.
down there. Okay,
Yeah, I'll
that's
have
fine.
it come from around the thing. Like it sets off the trap. He
Hmm.
hears it.
Yep. So he sets off the trap. He hears it. My guy at this point would have, you know, like he is preparing, so he's probably kneeling down doing this. So hearing this go off, oh yeah, he's gonna stand up. He's gonna have his shield and his sword in hand. So right here, he already has a 19 AC.
And this is gonna be more thematic, I guess. But it would, let's say it hears that sound. Um, I'm gonna basically have it come over, same thing,
Hmm.
peek around the edge of this wall, and it sees him. I'm quite sure he sees it.
Oh yeah.
Uh, and then it's gonna just crouch behind the wall and then bound over.
Okay.
And when it bounds over, it's going to try to attack him with its two tentacles.
Okay.
So, boom, definitely doesn't hit. That one does hit.
Yep.
So, 14 damage
All right.
compared to what could have been 24 damage.
Hmm. All right. So this creature has leapt over this wall. He
Hmm.
has attacked him with the tentacles. My guy, having a 19 AC shield and armor, he is going to run up to this creature and he is going to attempt to attack him. The first one will be a disadvantage because obviously he has not attacked him yet. That's an 8, so he misses. So because he missed, the second one will now be a disadvantage.
But that
15.
one hits.
So he hits with this 15 and does 7 damage because again he is holding his shield. So unless you have a feat or something that allows you to do a two-handed attack while wearing a shield, chances are you're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I think in Pathfinder there's the buckler, which there's a
Yeah,
type of buckler that attaches to your arm.
it's a
It only
little
gives you,
it's a little shield. It gives you like a +1.
yeah, it gives you a +1 to armor, but it allows you to still use your hands.
Hmm.
And that's something a lot of people try to add in to 5e.
Yeah. All right.
Um,
So it is now your turn. You have
uh,
been attacked. Oh wait, let me move up real quick. There we go.
um, let's see here. It's going to move back along the wall and make 2 tentacle attacks. Does not hit. Does not hit. Now, here's something like it didn't hit either of those times.
Hmm.
So that's already a bad sign for it.
Hmm.
Go ahead and run your turn.
But now something that we do need to clarify. You did see the Displacer Beast move, but he did not move out of his range because if you notice where the image is, there he's still within that 5 foot range. Despite the fact that the creature is technically not in his range, it still counts as he's in it.
Yeah, if I
So
had done this though,
yes, if he had gone
this would
further
have caused
back,
the
that would have caused it.
yeah, because I would have stepped outside the range, which gives them an opportunity to basically take a swing as I try to step away.
Hmm. So this creature has moved just slightly out, and my guy is again going to attack at disadvantage. That is a 10, so he's going to disadvantage again. 15,
That hits again.
and that's 4.
Okay. So this is going to basically uh all depend on how this next set of attacks goes. Tentacle, nat
That
one,
is a nat
and
1.
her ruling is that ends all attacks.
Yes.
So nat one, it goes to attack and it fails. At this point, it realizes it's not getting through this armor and it is going to flee.
Hmm. And because he is attempting to flee, my guy will have the attack of opportunity. And so he will actually try to take that. Now, again, you don't have to take your attack of opportunity. It is completely optional. I'm just choosing to do it so you guys can see, like how it would work. Because it is currently fleeing, he will still have to take it at disadvantage because he has not hit it.
No, actually, no, because it's not the end of my turn. It didn't reset, but it would have been a
Oh,
14
yeah.
if you'd hit it
Okay. Well,
anyways.
yeah, regardless, I would have hit. So he would have hit, and that would have been 3 slashing, kind of just as the creature's running, he would have just kind of swiped at it, and the creature would have just kind of fled off.
I forgot to track the 1 to 74. So back down to 71.
Hmm.
It jumps down off of this, and I'm gonna try to. Once it gets beyond your line of sight, because I'm thinking this is a tree, right?
It's
Or
a
is it a
stump.
stump?
It's a
Oh,
stump, yeah.
all right. So it's in that case, it'll just run this way. It's gonna run here, turn, and run another 50. Actually, it can't do that because if it does that, it's a problem. Um, it'll run to there. So it's going to end its turn here
Okay.
as it basically tries to flee.
All right. So my guy obviously would have seen this creature attempt to run off, not just away. He would have seen the creature kind of jump down and then turn in this direction. So he doesn't want to back down from the fight because he has a feeling that if he does, this creature will attempt to attack him again. So he's just going to make chase. And the more he can chase his creature and hurt it to pretty much put the fear of God into it, he'll do it because hopefully in his mind, the creature will run away.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. As soon as he goes around the corner, he's going to see the creature and he's going to attack. That is 8 and a 10. So he misses on both attacks. And it would make sense, story wise, it would make sense because he did just kind of run around the corner and just suddenly spot this creature and he would have just immediately started swinging without really thinking.
Yeah.
Yep, so it is your turn.
And as it goes back around his turn, you as a DM, you would have to play this by ear. So the attacker just failed.
Hmm.
The monster is not below half health. It's not, really running out of fear. It's just realizing that its ambush has failed. So it's
Hmm.
thinking, oh, I can just come back another day. Um, so he runs up and attacks. This thing is going to basically take its chances and take a step back. Go ahead and make your attack.
Yep. So because I have not taken a reaction yet, and also my turn has just passed, I will be able to take an attack of opportunity. Well, actually, no, he did take it because it did run off the first time, but because it was his turn again.
Yeah, it's his turn again. It has
Yes.
reset, coming back around.
Yep. So would that be at advantage or disadvantage or regular?
It's still a disadvantage because you
Okay.
haven't hit it yet.
Yep. So he's going to take it again.
Okay.
17.
And this is whereas a DM you would need to make your choice.
And that's
So
7
for
7 for damage.
64. Okay. So this is the point. Oh, and if you're DMing, try not to say the HP and stuff like that.
Yes, please do
I
not
tend to do that
say.
by accident.
Yeah, like it's good because you're gonna have players that are gonna go like, oh, so what does it look like? What's its health? And it's just like, oh, he looks messed up. Like
Hmm.
again, it's how you phrase it. Pathfinder has the term bloodied. So
Yeah.
if you are at half health, you are bloodied. So
Yeah.
that would be a good thing to kind of start implementing. Oh yeah, well, what does your health look like? And you're gonna have people like, well, I mean, if I had like, 17 health and, I took half damage, you're gonna have people who try to skirt around it that way. Just don't
My
don't
my
even do
favorite
it.
my favorite meme for this, by the way, is when people ask for healing and stuff like that. They're like, "Well, so how much HP do you have left?" And the DM will say something along the lines of, "Oh, you can't tell him how much HP you have." And then the person will look over and be like, "So on a scale from 1 to 99, I'm looking about a 14."
Hmm.
And that's kind of screwed up, and it breaks the realism of the game. But you could say, "Hey, my person is looking pretty beat up."
Yeah, like my
You
person
know?
looks like they're possibly on the brink of death with maybe another hit.
Yeah.
That would be a good way, but like, yeah, I look so bad that if I took another hit, I would probably be knocked unconscious.
But saying I have 15 HP left, it breaks
The immersion of it.
the immersion of it for sure, and also it's very metagamey.
Oh, definitely, definitely metagaming.
But yeah, you hit him again.
Hmm.
Uh, he is going to take two more attacks on you,
Hmm.
and then run the rest of his speed to try to get away from you. Uh,
And also, unless you have the feat, was it Sentinel? Oh, excuse me. Unless you have the feat Sentinel, both of those miss. Um,
that was a 14 and a 13, so obviously my chance to hit her has gone down dramatically.
Dramatically, just it's night and day difference. Obviously, as you can see, armor and no armor. And if I had just had my shield, he still would have hit with that 14. So again, 19 with armor and shield. Yes, you're only going to be having a one-handed swing, but I would rather take that one hand and have higher AC than two-handed and lower AC because
Yeah.
now my chances of being hit are a lot higher.
So I'm going to say from where that bottom corner will be. So it's 25 there, plus another 10. So the bottom corner goes here. Okay. Okay. That ends his turn.
Okay. So he sees this creature is fleeing. Now, in his mind, again, he's not aware of if the creature is actually fleeing or if it's just trying to get away. So he's going to continue to make chase. It's either he's going to have a displacer beast pelt or this thing is actually going to run away. That's honestly in his mind. He's not going to stop until this thing actually flees. So he is going to um yeah, there it is. He's going to run up. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And because he's so far, if I had my crossbow on me, which we're going to say just for the sake of it, he does not, he would have laid it down by the fire. If he did have his crossbow on him, he would have tried to, to attack it with the crossbow. But because he does not have one, he's going to run up, and I'm out. I'm actually just going to say he's going to try and intimidate it to run away. So we're just going to do an intimidation roll.
I'd laugh if I get another nat one.
That's an 8.
Okay. You never know. I might roll in that one. Here we go.
Nope.
Oh, no, 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 no.
So my guy is basically banging on his shield, just like, ah, oh, get out of here, get out of here. This creature's obviously just looking at him like, what are you doing? Now, that would obviously also be up to the DM whether, the creature will just decide to flee or not. It's completely optional, unless you're obviously a DM who's just trying to just kill your players, then
Yeah.
whatever. But yeah, it is your turn.
So what would happen here is, as I've said, these are ambush predators. His ambushes fail. I would think that more than likely, especially as this person seems to be prepared for him, it would do one of two things. It would just completely run off and come back at another time, which I love the idea of a stalking predator, basically having your players in the woods and having this thing keep coming back because it's going to make them want to kill it to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
And also because it adds that level of suspense because they don't know if every time if this time when they take their short rest or their long rest they're going to get interrupted halfway through. They don't know if they're going to start suffering from levels of exhaustion
Mm-hmm.
because they can never get a full rest.
That's the one thing I was actually going to say. That's a really good way to implement exhaustion. Because
Hmm.
again, exhaustion's not really something that gets covered in D&D as well. I try to cover all aspects of it in my campaigns because I want my players to actually know like, hey, there is danger in this world, not just from people, but from yourself. And, having to stay up and fight a creature, you might actually gain a level of exhaustion.
So what I tend to do for stuff like this is I do high or low, and I'm gonna say high, it runs away and comes back later to attack this person again, or low, it's probably just gonna go try to stealth and attack him while still in this combat session. So it's a 100. I've never rolled that high.
Wow.
It would take its action to dash off into the trees and get as far away as it can, and it will just come back at another time.
Hmm.
So the idea behind this, yeah, I've never rolled a 100 before. That's kind of awesome. Um, uh, yeah, so it would dash off into the trees, and they might not see it again until later that evening. Maybe it goes off and licks its own wounds and takes a short rest just to come back. By the way, that's something a lot of people don't think about. The creatures that you fight can do the same things you can do.
Hmm. I mean,
So
obviously, except for like take health potions and stuff like that, unless they're creatures that have,
goblins or
like if they
some
have
sort of
health
sentient,
potions and they understand them, then yeah.
yeah. But like these creatures can do the same things that you can do. So they can take a short rest and or they can take a long rest. And in the case of a short rest, uh, these creatures actually have hit die and they roll and you add their constitution modifier for every roll.
Hmm.
So he would be able to easily get back his health in a short rest. Um and a short rest can be anywhere from 1 to 4 hours. So that could be literally the difference between this person being awake right now or being asleep around midnight. Or it could be someone a completely different adventurer's shift that they're on watch and maybe they fail their roles. Um and you literally you could use one monster for multiple encounters instead of just literally keeping it there until it dies, which is just I think that's very static. I think if you want to build a dynamic world and a dynamic encounters, you want to have the ability for the monsters to run away and heal and come back, and maybe you know maybe at the end of the fight not every one of the monsters that they fought actually died. Like maybe they're on the run and they're not able to make sure that all the goblins they fought in that were ambushed them are dead. Maybe
Mhm.
more goblins show up and they have to run away, and the goblins that got left behind are able to be healed up. So yeah, I mean, you can always think about these things and add them to your game. Like
Mhm.
I feel like I'm harping on something, but
No, you're not.
I
You're
just thought
perfectly fine.
I think it's pretty good advice for DMs, especially especially to have those dynamic encounters, because dynamic encounters are kind of like the difference I think between uh mediocre DMing and really good DMing. I mean, you can still be a really good DM and not have very good encounters and just be really good at story. Like
Mhm.
everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, but I think to have the ability to make dynamic, well thought out encounters, especially combat encounters and stuff like that, is one of those tools you want to have in your DM bag of tricks.
Mhm. Like I can tell you right now, I am absolutely crap at like combat encounters. I I don't really have a lot of them in my campaigns just because of that fact. Like I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses, and I can tell you right now, just me having to consider like, okay, I'm going to uh why?
Because I always want to.
um if I had to consider, like I don't know.
Uh, yes, Rocky, as a command. I requested this command. So
Yes.
occasionally I can just drop it in the chat. She can be like, I hate you.
But yeah, so just thinking about butt touch. You gotta say whose butt you want to touch. But yeah, so like I said, I'm not good with combat. Now, JR on the other hand is great at combat. Like I wish that I could like I would love to actually, I'm not even gonna lie, I would love to co-DM a game with you
Yeah,
because you and
that
I
would
can
be
come up with an amazing story and you can come up with just combat. Like I'm like, okay, look, this is the scenario that I need, and I need you to come up with combat for it.
what's sad is that the books, whenever I try to start writing my books, I can write the combat encounters, I can write action sequences, I can do all of that. But as soon as it comes to actual story and stuff like that, I just draw a blank. So it's like the same thing when I was doing the campaigns. There was a lot of combat because I used the combat to kind of push the story forward, and it's just because I guess my mind is wired to think in that way, like in the that aspect.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Again, as you said, everybody has their strengths and their weaknesses. Your, especially your military background, kind of helps with that, and your interests in literature. It's focused primarily on combat strategies. I mean, you play World of Warships, which is about combat.
Yeah,
You know,
otherwise it's a
you
very boring game to
you
most people
you
because of
like
that.
playing Age of Empires, which is about combat. So like you can see, whereas me, when I'm watching shows or anything, like I like things for the story. I love the combat, but I was the one who picked Overlord because there was a story outside of the combat.
And it's
You
a good
know,
story.
it's a great story. I was the one who picked the Shield Hero and Solo Level and all the ones that you're interested now that have a really good story but have some combat in it.
There's a reason I own one of these now.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, and you were the person I would never get a Kindle. It's stupid. And then you got me one, and I was like, "Hey, look, I have all these books." And you're
I'm a
just like,
I'm a
mm.
I'm a physical. I was always a physical book person, but now that I have a Kindle, I go, wow. Now I hate reading on the phone because I don't like the way it looks. But the paper ink thing
Mhm.
uh, is just wonderful for reading on.
I mean, and
And
also the brightness on the phone. I mean, it does there's a strain on your
yeah,
eyes versus having the Kindle, the paper white
yeah,
one.
the Paperwhite Kindle with their like their
Oh, my
the
knee.
background light that's like you can go super dim is amazing. And it's awesome to be able to carry around your library in your back pocket.
Mhm.
And for someone like me who basically if it takes a year for a new book in the series to come out, I have to reread all the books. Then it's nice to be able to just literally open up book one, download basically the last book, but open up book one and read all the way from the beginning with one thing in my hand.
Mhm.
It's cool to relive the whole story like that.
We should probably do
Com-
that with the Holo books, Spice and Wolf,
oh yeah, we
because
should.
they're already on like the whole thing with the child, and you haven't even
Yeah,
you haven't even
yeah.
finished Spice and Wolf yet.
I know I haven't. It's so sad. And I was the one I think that introduced you to that
Oh yeah,
series.
yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
Spice and Wolf is probably one of my favorite of all time, and it involves very little action and very little combat. It's very much a
It's a romance
uh,
story, and you like
it's a
romance.
yeah, it's romance, but it's
You're a
also
girl.
oh shut it, and it's also focused around instead of it focusing on the like war aspect or fighting and magic and swords like that, it's focused much more on like literally economic knowledge, and it's like such a weird thing to put the love story or have that as a background to this love story, and I just thought it was very well done. Like
Mhm.
probably one of the greatest books I've ever read or ever
Red.
read. I said written.
I
That doesn't
know,
sound
Ridden. I know it's red.
written. Read. That is so weird.
But yeah, so that would be just like a basic encounter. Like going back to this, this would just kind of be like a basic encounter. Now, mind you, if there were more adventurous, combat would have probably ended a heck of a lot earlier. The Displacer Beast probably wouldn't have even attacked if there were two people here. Like
Oh
in
yeah.
all honesty,
Yeah.
it would have been like, wow, there's two people here. Let me see. Like it probably would have. It might have actually attacked just to go like, hey, I want to see what kind of a challenge these people are. And then if it sees like, oh wow, I took down this wizard with one hit, which is what's
I,
gonna happen.
I'll kill everybody.
I can kill everybody, and then it'll start going. But then heaven forbid, it's fighting a barbarian. Now just imagine this entire scenario, not even a variant human, a barbarian,
Just a barbarian.
just a barbarian.
Because it would be sitting there. Now that's one of the cool things. It would be beating on the barbarian, and it would probably maybe the barbarian doesn't really have such a high AC, but it's looking at this like I'm beating this thing up, I'm blooding it, and the barbarian's like, what a joke. And I would feel that that would actually confuse an animal. Like
Oh
it
yeah.
would be sitting there going, he's bleeding and bloodied, and I've slashed at him, and I hit him every time. I beat the nonsense out of him, and he's still standing. I don't get this, but more than likely would not run because it thinks it's winning, and in reality, it's probably not. So with a fighter, most of its hits don't even hit. It doesn't even draw blood.
Mhm.
So I would think it would look at this and go, well, crap, I can't even hit him. There's no point in even staying. Like it would be like if I don't know, uh, like a cat tried to attack a tortoise. It's not happening. Like you're not your teeth aren't getting through, so obviously it's time to leave.
Oh yeah.
Compared
Eventually it'll
to
get bored.
yeah, it'll get bored because it's just not it's not going to get a meal out of it. Now, this is a lot different than the how I would play my Elder Displacer Beast, which I came up with,
Mhm.
because I actually look at Displacer Beasts as they're intelligent enough to learn, and my elder displacer beast actually is intelligent. It is smart. It understands how things, it understands, oh, it's wearing armor. I'm going to have trouble, getting through that. It understands how to stalk people and make them exhausted. An elder displacer beast would be the thing at a higher level when people are like, I would start this story out like I would have the tag of, hey, this village is having trouble. People are disappearing in the forest. And I would have these people literally show up and go, especially if they had a ranger or something, it would be great if they had a ranger and be like, oh, this is a displacer beast track. I've seen these before. And then track this thing into the forest thinking, oh, it's just a regular displacer beast. And then you would have this thing that waits them out. It's smart enough not to just show up. It just it's constantly there. Um kind of just watching you. And you have that sense of dread where every single time you rest, you don't know if you're going to wake up. You don't know if you're right on the trail. These tracks are fresh, but you never seem to catch up to it.
Hmm.
And I guess I could save that for when we actually talk about our customs and stuff like that. But I would want something that literally is it's a smart animal.
Hmm.
It's more along the lines of something that's mythic. Like it's not just the wild boar that runs that owns the forest because it's the largest one and runs through it and gores all the hunters that attack it. I want this thing to be like the king of its domain, and it knows that you're following it. It knows that you're tracking it. It sets up its own traps, in different ways. Maybe not exactly, as advanced as, a man-made trap, but maybe it makes you guys go through a certain valley and it knocks boulders down on top of you.
Hmm.
Like there's all kinds of things you can do, especially once you add intelligence to a creature.
Oh, definitely. Like I'm not the person that likes to homebrew monsters. I kind of just like to leave them as they are because I feel like, the people who made them kind of already play tested them and they realize like what's good and what's not. But then again, you also get to the point where you, as a DM, have probably already played with these creatures before, and you're just like, my players need a challenge. Like a displacer beast is not enough. I want to have a displacer beast that can actually do this, or like, why doesn't a displacer beast have claw and bite attack? Mind you, I understand why because it has tentacles. The whole thing is it's supposed to keep as much of a distance from you as possible. So then it can come in and attack you. Because if you actually look at a displacer beast's body, it's not built like a panther. It's physically a panther, but one, it does have an extra set of appendages, but two, it is actually extremely lanky. They are
Yeah,
very, very, very skinny, skin and bones. Like they themselves are very brittle. As you can see, their AC is a 13. So they themselves are actually extremely brittle, which would make sense why they have these appendages that are extremely strong. Because they can hit a creature and catch it and then bring it to them. And then either do the final blow or just eat it. But that's their whole shtick. They don't have the strength to actually like you have to really like look at the creature, not just kind of flip to the book and go, okay, cool, I'm picking this one and then fight it. You actually need to look at it and consider why this creature is actually going to be doing what it does. And again, looking at the displacer beast, they are not uh, beefy creatures.
and if you enjoy the lore of the thing, you can actually read a bit about them. And the Forgotten Realms actually has lore on them, why they act a certain way, how they normally come about, what their ecology is like. And one of my favorite things that it talks about with them is that, okay, so for one, I'm going to say that their description is they are cat-like creatures, sometimes described as panther or puma-like, with 6 legs and a pair of long tentacles sprouting from their shoulders. They are covered in a pelt of blue-black fur. They are usually around 9 feet long and can weigh as much as 500 pounds. but an occasional mutant could be up to twice this size. Um, the other thing is their displacement ability is displacer beast use their innate magic. They have innate magic, and that's another reason that I actually end up giving my version, the Elder Displacer Beast, I end up giving it invisibility because it's like their magic has grown over time. Displacer beasts use their innate magic to bend light, making them appear to be a foot or two from their actual positions. So my ruling on this is that if someone has like true sight, because I think this acts kind of like mirror image. If someone has true sight and they can see through illusions, I say that this is negated because you no longer you don't care about the illusion anymore. You don't see the illusion. You see the actual truth. So, um, it also says displacer beasts were not very intelligent, but they were more so than animals, and some could even speak common. Uh, these monsters, for their ecology, lived in small groups or preferred to be alone. Many humans trained them to act as guards or pets, uh, especially those of the Ancili court and Oni. Um, like many big cats, displacer beasts are often pack hunters, although they are sometimes encountered alone. And that's another thing. I like the idea of them hunting in packs.
Hmm.
Um, but if because their challenge rating is a CR3, throwing a pack of displacer beasts against a group of adventurers, like let's say you had 4 level 5 adventures and you throw just 2 displacer beasts against them, that is a worrisome number to have for them to have to deal with. Um, especially if you don't run them as they drop below half health and they might run, or to make them intimidatable, like like make it so that you can't intimidate these creatures to leave. Um, you could end up killing a player or players very easily. Uh, one of the other things that I like to see here, though, is the fact that they originated in the Feywild. So these creatures are actually not from the material plane. They're originally from the Feywild, and um, they were trained by the Ancili court for hunting purposes. Eventually, they broke free of the Fae's control and roamed about, causing chaos wherever they went. After they left captivity, the Ancili court sent out blink dogs to track and drive displacer beasts out of the Feywild and into the material plane. And that's how they actually ended up in the material plane. So that is why there's a thing where displacer beasts actually hate blink dogs because blink dogs have been used to hunt them.
Well, you're also looking at the dog and cat lore as well.
Dog and cat lore, yeah, but literally the reason that they hate them so much is because the Ancili court basically they were slaves of the Ancili court. They're animals, but they're smart enough to have they have sentience. They know what they are, and they know kind of that they are, instead of it being like an animal that doesn't have sentience, that kind of just goes about its daily life trying to just survive.
Hmm.
These things are smart enough to learn languages. They're smart enough that if you wanted to, if you have like I don't know, a sage, you could say these are smart enough that you could say that they could have intelligence. God forbid one of these things got a hold of a headband of intellect. If you could
Mm.
imagine a beast this powerful with a 19 intelligence, that would just be terrifying. I now want to do that and make a whole encounter on it. um, but yeah, I mean, literally, this is something you could build off of very easily, um, and make custom beasts, custom encounters. But just with the based ones, you can make them a challenge, and you can make them a threat all the way up to higher levels because you could just add a couple more of them and then they go from a regular encounter to a dangerous encounter to a deadly encounter. So, I mean, a bunch of level 6 adventurers going and fighting one displacer beast probably isn't that scary, but fighting 4 or 5 of them would be terrifying. And we need to not forget lair actions, which you could always add.
Oh, definitely.
I think lair actions are always super important. Like if an animal knows its habitat and it's in its home environment, I always think that it has more of an advantage than the people who are just kind of walking through that their section of the forest.
Hmm. But yeah, so we are actually going to take a small break. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. Um, and when we come back, we will actually start to cover home brewing Displacer Beasts.
Yeah, and we can show you how we go about building one.
Hmm. All right, and we are back. So, if you guys haven't already, I just posted the link in the chat. We have merch, so if you guys are interested in go, get yourself some rad gear, go right ahead. Um, but we have also added our I Hate Plot Armor merchandise, requested by Rocky the Champ. Because
Okay,
we're
very
always
cool.
saying I hate plot armor.
I hate plot
We're
armor.
always saying that. Like honestly, we should just like I get that like for the hats and everything because the you could add stuff on the back too. So I'll just get like I hate plot armor on the back. But yeah, so we're actually going to be working on I guess like talking about homebrew monsters, working on a homebrew monster. Um, if you guys haven't already, you can try out because if you guys want to make your own and want to have it look like the stuff that you actually see in the books, I would suggest checking out TetraCube. Where'd it go? There we go. Yeah, I would suggest. Hi, Kaitapon.
Right at the perfect time. Nah.
Yeah, so if you guys want, you can actually check out TetraCube. That is where we make um, our creatures. It doesn't just have to be creatures, but it pretty much makes a stat block for you. So in case you want your stuff to actually look like, like it came out of the book, make it look all nice and pretty. But yeah, so I'm going to actually open that up here. TetraCube. TetraCube. Nope. Yes. And then you're going to see here, oh, you obviously can't see it here, but it says content, reference, character generator, magic item, stat block. So you're going to click stat block generator. And there you go. So
Bam.
this is obviously not sponsored by anybody. I think they only have SRD. Yeah, they only have SRD stuff on here, so everything is okay to use technically. Obviously, just don't claim it as your own stuff. You'll be fine. But yeah, they do not have Displacer Beasts on here for the obvious reason that Displacer Beasts are what is that, JR? What is that?
They're copyright. They're not part of the SRD.
Yeah, they're specifically for wizards. Like it is their specific content. So, but yeah, so if you want to make your own, again, as I said, there's so much stuff on here. Um, Obviously ranging from people to just regular animals. If you hear any beeping, I'm sorry, I have my thing going on. Haha, you lost points. But yeah, so like just say, just literally random, you wanted to make a dire wolf, right? So you would go up here to where it says monster presets and you would click on that. I'm clicking on it. It's obviously not showing the drop down menu, but you would click on it and click on what you want and then go here to use presets. Here it's going to give you the, ooh, here
Yes.
it's going to show the creature itself. It's going to show you the actual stat block for it, not a custom made one. And that's when you're going to scroll down here. From here, you will, hold on, this is, let me just kind of move this over. Because I just realized it is like off center. There we go. All right, so you're going to see the, ooh. Oh, Rocky, I love you. Thank you. She just bought our I Hate Plot Armor shirt.
She actually bought it. Wow.
Yes.
Awesome.
I just made the shirt.
I really hope that people start wearing these like
You're like,
when
I hate plot armor.
it almost would have been better to have I hate plot armor on the front and then like rad on the back, but
I was thinking about that, but I was just like, I want the logo on the front, and then obviously they see it from the back, and they'd be like, I hate plot armor. Um, I don't know, because you guys have a lot of like very long quotes,
yeah.
so. Hmm. But anyway,
You
so
you should put don't know way home.
How find
on the
home.
one. How find home. That should be one of them. How find home.
But no, the other reason why I like having I hate plot armor on the back is for the fact of
Banana hammock. Uh,
having I hate plot armor on the back is I like it because you get stabbed in the back or a creature comes and attacks you from the back, but somehow you miraculously don't get hurt.
yeah.
So to me it's like, I hate plot armor, on the back because, you can't see what's happening and you just somehow manage to skate by it. But yeah, so anyways, like I said, so as I said, you can follow along, make your own creature or not, doesn't really matter. But here you can, check out where it says like the name of the creature. So you would go here, do the name, change, obviously, like this is a dire wolf, it is a large beast. So whatever you're making, if you have a wolf or something that you want to create that is custom, so say you want to make a elemental dire wolf, right? You want to make a fire dire wolf, then you can just come here, you would change it to Fire Dire Wolf, and it's not going to show it up here yet until you hit Update Stat Block. And now, as you can see, it says Fire Dire Wolf on there. Obviously with my mistake on there. But yeah, so you have a Fire Dire Wolf. You can have it one column where it's just going to be extremely long, or you can have it two columns to where you're going to have that second column on the side, like how they do for like dragons, like things with legendary actions and whatnot. Um, Displacer beasts obviously are not on here, as I said, because they are not SRD. So you would have to find the information and plug it in yourself.
Hmm.
But yeah, so if you can find something similar to a displacer beast and then just plug in the
Build from there.
information. But I haven't been able to find anything that is close to it. So I literally just use nothing.
I
Restore
wish somebody.
default.
Yeah, I wish somebody. I wish you could. Uh. What was I gonna say? Trying to figure out a way to say it. What I wish you could do was save save one and like
Mm-hmm.
be able to come back to it later, which
Yeah.
you can. What you do is you save the stat block that you generate,
Yeah, it'll
and
say right here, save stat block.
yeah, you can save the stat block for later and like literally like if you constantly modified displacer beast or something like that, you would be able to go back to it and load it custom, but they can't have it on their own website, which
Yeah,
is
as soon
annoying.
as you do save stat block, you're obviously not seeing it, but there's the little save thing here. You do save or open, and then it'll give you I'm good. Yeah, it'll give you the text document, and then you would just save it from there. Obviously, you guys know how to save stuff, so I don't got to tell you how to save anything. But yeah, so you can do this. You can load the stat block, and if you have it already set up, then it will give you your load file, so you can upload it and alter it. Printable, it will show you here. You obviously can't see it on the side, but it'll show you the sheet itself on just basically how you can print it. View image, it's going to basically do the same thing as like the save stat block view markdown. But regardless, hey Graham, how's it going? Uh,
Hey yo, and you have to load it from the text file because you have you
wow, she has such bad luck.
what what she
She
have?
got an 11 and she lost 1,000. I got an 88 and I won 2,000.
You know, it actually said that it said that I have 8,000 or whatever, but I actually it says I have 12,000. I don't think it tracked it. I'm gonna
Did you
restart. Hold on one
check
second.
points?
Hold on.
Your channel points and your inspiration points are two different things. Or the points and then this. Yeah, they're two separate things. This is just loyalty points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're trust me, they're not inspiration points. I call them inspiration points, but they're not the same thing. I should probably call them something else. I probably like
How do you
gems or something.
so yeah, these are channel points and
Yeah,
then
channel
those are
channel
inspiration
points are the very bottom where it tells you like what you have, like so you can redeem them for stuff. And then this, I'm gonna change the name from inspiration points to something else. But that is something else. Like I'll probably say like gold pieces or something. No, no posture. JR, posture check. Posture check. Sit up straight. I hate you.
No, no. I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
Oh wow, Aaron's here too. Wow, like the whole gang's here.
The whole
Hi
game's here.
everybody.
Hey, everybody. Jared looks like the guy I do.
I hate you guys so much. All right, so going back to building this monster. So hold on, I need to pull up the displacer beast. All right, so I'm going to make a greater displacer beast. Okay. Um, as you can see under JR's picture or under JR's thing, I already have the displacer beast already set up. Just your standard displacer beast.
Mhm.
Has a challenge rating of 3, lawful evil, speed 40, large monstrosity, AC 13, HP 85. There are other sites on here as well that you can use to alter this information. Um, what is that?
What
What
can
is
we
that?
what can we use the inspiration points for?
Uh, the inspiration, I haven't set up loyalty yet, but loyalty would be like I could set it up to where if you have so many points that I could buy you pizza. Like I will actually personally buy you pizza and get like send it to your address. You could redeem them for free gear. Like if I set it up, then I will pay for the gear and send it to you. Um, but yeah, it's as I said, there's things that you can do to it. Like with Angry Turkey, we're trying to get him. If you get like 1,000,000 points, then he's gonna open up an OnlyFans. It's not gonna be that kind. It's gonna be him in his turkey suit.
Yes, it's gonna be him in his turkey suit. We were making jokes about that. That'd be so funny.
Yeah, so we're
Uh,
trying to get him to have 8 mil or 1,000,000 points so we can open up Lord Constantine. She just
to-
touched on Constantine's butt. Um, but yeah, so as I said, you can redeem these specific points, the loyalty points, for something else. I just haven't set up the shop yet because I'm still trying to figure out like what I want. Yes, there's like so much butt touching going on. 56, that's my favorite number. Ryan, guess what? I'm gonna give you some extra points because 56 is my lucky number.
you know what my lucky number is?
Shut up. I hate you. You are the bane of my existence. Like, I hate you so much.
I didn't even have to say it.
Because you know it. Everybody knows. Okay? Everybody knows.
You know why? Because it's nice.
I hate you so much.
Nice.
How the heck do you add points on
I
this?
don't like that. I know you this well already, for fuck's sake. I'm a child at heart. A
You
child.
are a child.
Uh, but yeah, this is kind of like what we use. And actually, I have another thing. I'll send you the link so you can show them.
You should
It's
be able to post it because you are mod, so.
no on the stream so they can see it later.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, here we go. It is.
Oh, okay. That's how I do it. That's what I was going to do. And that's what we're going to do.
It's 5e Tools actually has a CR calculator, and you can use this for to get a rough estimate of how powerful your creature is, so you can
Mm-hmm.
sign a good challenge rating on it.
Yeah,
I tend to move it.
that is very important because sometimes people will just make creatures just to make them. and not think about like how strong these creatures might actually be.
Yeah, and because like and you might want to add or subtract one or two uh on the off the CR if you feel that it's wrong. If you think that if you feel like this creature, especially it's good to do like a mock run with your creature to see how it does. Because you don't want to set your group up for failure with a and blindside them with a creature that would just wipe the floor with them. I mean, you don't have to, literally run it, but you have to. You can kind of run it in your mind and be like, okay, well, I have this much HP versus, you know, uh, how much damage can they put out per turn if they hit my AC? What's their chance to hit my AC? But that's like a bunch of math. That's high level DM thinking.
Mhm.
That's why it takes DM so many hours of preparation per week.
Hmm. It's an understatement. But yeah, so just kind of doing this, pull this up, working on like a greater displacer beast. This would literally, to me, would just be kind of like just a slightly higher level than a regular displacer beast, obviously. So considering that they don't have the stat block there, then I would just have to type in greater displacer beast. You can update it as you go. Um, it is a large creature, large monstrosity technically. Large monstrosity. It is lawful evil, and the hit die on here, it doesn't technically say. What would the hit die be? Oh wait, no, it does. No, it doesn't.
Actually, the hit die is a D10, if I remember correctly. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. It is a D10 because it is a large animal. Usually, larger animals have higher hit die. And actually, another thing that it's kind of something.
Oh, that
It,
means,
it
hold on, it
it
has
is
to.
a good way to look at it, but it's also a bad way to look at it because sometimes these monsters have abilities that
Oh, that's why. Hmm.
would blow a um, adventurer at that same level out of the water. So she has a level 10 fighter
Mhm.
versus this displacer beast. Well, a displacer beast has 10 d10 plus 30 hit points. The way they get that number is that's actually its technical level, if that's what you want to call it. It is a level 10 creature.
Mhm.
That's so the way they get the plus 30 at the end is actually their con modifier. So it's just the same as when a player levels up, they get their their hit die plus their con modifier, like a roll of their hit die plus their con modifier added to their HP. So if you are giving your players, honestly, I think if you were giving your players maximum HP and you were giving the creatures their regular HP, you're actually making the encounters much easier.
Mhm.
So to help balance that, what you would do, because like in her case, she just usually gives everyone max HP.
Mhm.
Um,
It's a lot
you would
simpler
want
that way.
you would want to do the same for your monsters if you wanted to keep the challenge rating similar. So you instead of having 10d10 plus 30 and you ending up with 85, because the average of 10d10 is 55, you would instead um, take the full 10d10, so you'd have 100 HP plus 30. So it would have had 130 HP, but only in the case where you're giving the extra HP.
Mhm. I can hear the stream. Oh, okay. Now I was like, who are you talking to? You talking to Aaron?
But touch
Um,
number 4. Touch number. But I love it just says numbers. It doesn't give you the rest of it.
yeah, no, because you got to have everything together for it to work. Because if not, it
If you
just
put if you
registers
put it
number.
if you put an underscore,
Yeah, if you put underscore, then it'll register it as like a full name.
oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah. It's yeah, it's number 4 because she killed the other 3.
Mm-hmm. In like
Yeah,
a week.
yeah.
But we don't talk about that. Anyways.
It's cool. It's cool. Number 4 knows. I love that.
Swanee the Stalker. Yeah, exactly like that. But yeah, so Greater Displacer Beast. The way I see it, it would kind of be a step up from a traditional Displacer Beast. Um, Not as strong.
This is my mini displacer beast because she doesn't want to leave me alone.
This is true. But yeah, so I'm I plugged in the information that a traditional Displacer Beast has: large monstrosity, 10 hit die, natural armor. I don't even think it has natural armor, but I put natural armor bonus. It'll tell you what kind of bonus that they should have. It should just have a +1 for natural armor. So that would make its AC at 13. Like, I'm literally just making the traditional one right now, and then we can modify it. It has a strength of 18, dex of 15, con of 16, intelligence 6, wisdom 12, and charisma 8. A passive perception of 11, but it should be a 9 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it should have a 9 of passive perception. I'm not sure why it says.
No, it's passive. Your perception is based off your wisdom score. So its wisdom is a
Its wisdom is
12.
a 12.
So it
Hmm.
would have an 11.
Oh,
Your
okay.
your your
The
passive
the
perception
sheet
is
the sheet
10.
that I'm looking at says 9.
Yeah, that's definitely wrong. Oh, you have to hit update.
Hmm? No, I did.
I
The other sheet I'm looking at
oh
says 9. I'm looking at something else to plug the information in.
oh
But yeah,
that's
so
wrong.
here it'll tell you obviously your speed if you want to give them a burrowing speed, a climbing speed, fly, swim, or you can add like a custom speed and then obviously plug it in like that.
Did you already show the Yeah, we'll show the CR calculator after you put everything together.
Oh yeah, I haven't shown it yet. So strength, dex, con, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. Um, Plug in the information and then modify as needed. This will tell you what saving throws they have. You can click on proficient, any skills, all of the skills, proficient or expert, and immunities. And then you can click immune. Damage types, everything here: vulnerable, resistant, immune, languages, telepathy, blind sight, dark sense, tremor sense, true sight, and then here you can change their challenge rating. So the challenge rating would be 3 for just a traditional Displacer Beast. And so obviously you would update that and it'll change it here. Down here, it's going to show you to add abilities, add actions, and add reactions. So when you click on the click presets, obviously you can't see it right now, but if you do click presets, it's going to give you things like assassinate, blood frenzy, breath weapons, cunning action, frightful presence, lab.
It basically has almost all of them.
Yeah, almost everything from not just creatures, but from like monsters and beasts and whatnot. They even have weapons on here in case you're making a person. Um, but yeah, so you would do that, then you would use preset. So, say that I wanted to do blood frenzy for it. I would click that. It's going to say the monster has advantage on melee attack rolls against any creature that doesn't have all of his hit points, and then you would do add ability. You come up here to update, and it's going to tell you what is here. Your abilities and your actions are two completely different things. So, your abilities, you're going to want to have that, like as I said, blood frenzy, because that's an ability. It is not technically an action. So say that it had the ability to use a rapier for whatever reason. You would do action or use preset, action, and then you would update it, and then it's going to show you down here where it says action, and it'll literally do everything for you, which is the really good thing. You don't have to worry about like adding things yourself or trying to remember how it's done. But yeah, you can go down here if you don't like anything. You can alter it, or if you need to edit it, you click on the little quill and then edit what you need to. Take them all out, update stat block, it goes right back to normal. That is adorable. Um, but yeah,
Hmm.
so a greater displacer beast, I feel like its AC would not be significantly higher. Maybe a 14 to 16, somewhere in that range.
And what it is you're basically uh, it's based because it doesn't have armor, so it's based off its dexterity plus whatever you feel like modifying its.
Yeah, so I would raise his dexterity probably to a 17, just because I feel like a greater displacer beast has probably lived just a little bit longer than a regular one and has learned the lay of the land a little bit better.
Yeah, and then
Um,
uh,
so you would alter that. You would alter his dexterity 17 and da, 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 so his armor class you see has automatically changed to a 14.
mhm, because the
Uh,
natural armor is only adding the one, the boost of
yes.
the one.
You can obviously change the natural armor at that point if you so choose, but to me, I don't feel like it would have earned that. Like, I'm literally just making it kind of like a step above a traditional displacer beast. I do feel like because they are felines that they should be able to climb trees. So I would probably give it a climb speed, maybe like 20 feet, because I mean that's more than enough to at least scale up a tree and then pounce down.
Yeah,
Because pumas and panthers can scale trees. So why can't this creature, especially considering it has 6 legs?
yeah,
It
and it's
should
moving the
definitely be
same.
able to scale a tree.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, actually at that point I should probably raise it to like 30 feet.
yeah, you should do it to 30 feet because normally if it was climbing, it would be a half speed anyway.
Yeah.
So giving it 30 feet, it makes it just a little bit beyond a regular person without claws.
Mhm.
So
Um
wildcat powers.
his speed I would leave it the same just because I mean he has 40 feet of movement. So I mean I think that's perfect. Uh obviously no fly, no swim speed, no burrow speed. His strength, possible to change it a little bit higher. Not really necessary though. I feel like just because he is greater doesn't mean that he's significantly stronger.
Mhm.
Like he's kind of just developed some powers over time. So yeah, you can leave it at 18. I would leave it at 18. Raise his dexterity definitely because he's been able to actually learn how to dodge people or just attacks in general. His constitution, I would definitely raise it up to 18 because again, he's lived longer, so he's actually able to survive. So instead of being at 85, he is now at 95. His intelligence, definitely raise the intelligence. I would probably raise it to 10, maybe 12. Again, because he's learning. He's lived long enough to actually understand, like, hey, wait a minute. There are things out there that can speak. Uh, and also, as JR was stating in the lore of them, they were trained.
Mhm. And
Uh,
they were able to, yeah,
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 like
they
they,
were able
they
to learn.
they're able to learn. So why wouldn't their intelligence be higher? So I would probably raise that to a 12. His wisdom, I would raise it to a 14. Everything would I would probably try to go up at least 2 just to kind of give it just a slight boost. His charisma, not really necessary to raise it, but again, I mean, just for simplicity's sake, just kind of raise it to a 10. It's still neutral. It's not a 0. It's not a deficit. It's not a bonus.
Yeah, and actually with that, I would say with the intelligence, seeing as it's not like it's already doubling its intelligence.
Hmm.
If you bring it to 12, I feel like it would be like in the in between, like it would be either a 9 or a 10. Like it would either be a
For
small
charisma,
deficit. Oh no, for charisma, I don't know with charisma.
you're saying that his intelligence should be a 9 or a 10?
Yeah, I would think because it being an it this one, this one's a greater displacer beast, right? So you're saying
It has
it
enough sentience to be able to communicate.
yeah, and and the the average person in this world probably has
A
a 10
10.
intelligence.
Hmm.
Yeah. I think they say the average person has an 8, but I might be wrong. But let's say they have a 10 intelligence. So is it as smart as the average person? Is it smarter than the average person?
I
That's the
feel
question
like
you
it would
have.
probably be smarter because of the fact that people don't think in like pack tactics.
They don't think as yeah.
they
Okay.
they don't think as a group, they think as an individual, whereas these creatures will think like, hey, if I can bring him to this area, if I can lure him to this area, he's going to be cornered, especially if it's like an adventurer who's just starting out and I don't know why, but just somehow happened to end up in a displacer beast territory.
Wrong place, wrong time.
hmm
Yeah.
but yeah, so I would leave all this the same, update everything obviously so it'll show you. Dexterity saving throw. Yes, because I mean it's a dexterous beast, so why wouldn't it be able to uh be proficient in dodging?
Yeah.
So I would say definitely proficient in dexterity. Um, Nothing else. I wouldn't give it anything else. I just don't feel like it's really necessary. Let's see. What? Stealth definitely. I would do expert in stealth, because its whole point is to actually hide. It is to attack you when you're not expecting it. And then condition immunities. Mm,
Oh, and that's another thing that we probably
mm,
should cover. Um, Remember, as I said earlier, that it has uh, so many hit die.
mhm,
Um, and that grants it kind of a certain level that it has. In this case, that would make it so that it has trying to remember what it was. It has the same proficiency bonus as a character of that level. So it has 10d10, which means it has 10 levels. So you have to figure out what the proficiency bonus for a level 10 character would be. And
mm,
that's what you add to the roll.
mhm. I did raise his HP to 11 instead of 10 because 10 is base.
10 is base, and then you're trying to go up from there.
Yeah, so I would go like 1 maybe 2 if you're pushing it. But 1 gives you 104 instead of the 95 that you would get from having an 18 con, and 2 I think would give you 114. Yeah, 2 would give you 114. So the AC will still say it would still say the same. It's just the HP would be a lot more. So the fight would obviously take a little bit longer.
I always thought
Um,
that there was something I messed up. I realized I messed up on mine, and because I didn't download the text file, I can't fix it. It
oh,
sucks. Always download the text file when you do this. That way, if you notice a mistake, you can always go back and fix it.
yeah, because if not, you're gonna have to just manually plug everything in again.
And it's a
Um,
nightmare.
but yeah, so all of that I would leave it. Condition immunities, I don't feel like it would have earned anything because I mean it's a wildcat. Like it's not really gonna have to have any kind of immunities. Damage types, you can add anything that is not um, like obviously you're gonna have bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. It does have piercing and slashing because of his tentacles. So you would obviously have to do well, no, not that. This damage type, this is basically saying, sorry, I misread that. This is basically saying what is it immune, vulnerable, or resistant to. So immunity means it takes no damage from it. Resistance meaning it takes half damage. And then vulnerable means it will take what, double damage?
Yes, vulnerable takes double damage.
Yeah, so vulnerable, like say you're a fiend and you were hit with radiant damage, or you're undead and you were hit with radiant damage, you're obviously going to take double damage from that because, you're dead or a demon. Sort of off topic, but along the lines of NPCs when it comes to their stats. Would this be a wise way to make their stat blocks as well? You can if you
Hmm.
are wanting to build it from scratch. I would recommend though, not. I would recommend. Let me see if I could. Fastcharacter.com. This site right
Good old
here
Esther.
is my go-to. When we're in the middle of sessions and I'm like, oh my god, I need to come up with something real quick. I just need to like I 100% because sometimes you just don't have the time to actually come up with stuff. You could literally come to fastcharacter.com. You don't have to use all this stuff up here that's unnecessary. Race, it'll give you basically everything. So you want to have a fire genasi, right? And you want it to be, doesn't really matter, female, they, male, whatever. Class, you want barbarian, right? Bear totem or berserker. We got berserker, right? And this also does go to the new stuff as well. So, well, obviously you can't see it because it's not showing the thing. But yeah, so say that I wanted a just a barbarian path of the berserker. You click on that, go to level. It'll literally tell you what level this creature is. So I want a level 9 path of the berserker barbarian fire genasi. Background. You can do match to fit class or pick one of the classes that they have. Uh, we'll get back to that, Gabby, because we were actually making a homebrew monster already. But yeah, so I
You
want my individual to be a Outlander, right? So you click Outlander. Again, alignment. Again, it's not really necessary, but it says random but no evil. Random evil characters allowed, and then your general uh, alignment thing. So chaotic, neutral. Optional role for roles. You can manually put them in. It has the options here, or it'll give you like general generated weighted scores randomly, very randomly, use default standard set. So we're just going to go with the default standard set. And then it says optional roll feet first. I wouldn't really worry about that when, unless it's like pertinent. But once all that's done, you literally just have to click create character right down here. And as soon as you create it, it will literally give you a name for your character if you haven't put one in there. And you have your whole stat block here. Now you cannot use this to click. I wish that it had like the option for VTT, but it doesn't. It will 100% make your character for you. Everything, your weapons, your spells, your items that you're carrying, everything. And then they'll even ask you like, "Hey, do you want to have magic weapons allowed or no?" Like, yeah. So 100% it'll it'll give you the stuff that you need. So here obviously you see 19, 13, 16, 11, 12, 8. That was obviously not the stuff that I roll or that I used because I used the standard array. But because I used standard array, it made the character as a level 9 for me. It modified what they think is necessary. The link for that is, I will post it here, fastcharacter.com. Um, but yeah, and this is great for like last minute, or if you have no idea what to build and you're just trying to figure out how to build a character, this will make the character for you and you can see what is there and obviously modify it as needed for your own character. So I would fully recommend doing that. Or using this in case you need something last minute to, to make a character. Because again, as I said, I use this religiously when I'm playing with you guys, just in case I'm like, oh, there's combat that's going to come up real quick. And I'll just like, okay, well, I need a level 10 fighter, whatever. And then boom, there you go. And then I'll just manually type in, whatever I need at that point. So yeah, definitely check out Fast Character Maker. Um, but yeah, back to this. Making monster, we are modifying a displacer beast.
and actually on that, I don't know if they were here for that. Wait, where'd it go? Y'all chatting so much, I can't keep up with who's who, where's where, with what. Someone came in asking about plants. I didn't see who it was.
Gabby had asked about homebrewing plant monsters, and that's why I told them that we are in the middle of making a displacer beast, which the displacer beast, it doesn't matter what kind of creature it is. All right, good night, Graham.
Night.
But yeah, so you can modify it as needed. I would say the best thing to do is to get the base creature that you're looking at. So say you wanted to modify a shambling mound. a shambling mound, then take that, look up that stat sheet, and then go to TetraCube. I posted the link up there already. Go to TetraCube and modify it as needed because obviously you know what you want for your monster. So you can you can modify it as needed. So like I said, we're looking at the displacer beast, which is if you know obviously look directly underneath JR, and you will see the displacer beast. That is obviously not what we have created. This was already made. But we're basically using that and we are modifying it in the center. So as you can see, it says here, a greater displacer beast. The one that JR has underneath him is just a standard displacer beast from the monster manual.
Hmm.
Um,
Um, do
mhm.
you want to, because you're modifying yours, do you want to transfer in one that's already modified so they can see what it looks like?
Sure. Do you have one already made?
Uh, yes, I have this one.
Yep, just go ahead, send it to my Discord, and I will definitely upload it.
Yep, there you go.
But
And
yeah,
it's
if
the
any
elder.
of you guys are making your own creations, by the way, you are more than welcome to. Oh, you didn't save it as the actual picture. You saved it like that.
Saved it as the PDF. I'll see if I can find an actual picture
No,
version
don't
for
worry,
you.
it's fine. I just I gotta do this and make it smaller so we can get everything on there. Yeah. So
Look
copy
at me
that.
making
Oh
life
no,
harder.
you are making life actually a lot more difficult.
Can
Cause
you, does it let you put, I forgot, does that let you put pictures on it?
does what allow me to do
TetraCube.
what? TetraCube? No. It just makes
Man,
us. It just makes a stat block. That's all.
yeah, so you would have to do it afterwards.
Mhm.
Okay, well, it's not that bad.
Yep. So I am actually going to post the image here of JR's Displacer Beast.
You know, I can give the reasoning behind. This is like, this is supposed to be a super high level displacer beast. Obviously, it's a CR10, so it's not something that would be that you would dare to throw at level 3 to 5 characters.
Mhm.
It would wipe the floor with them.
But yeah, so this is his Displacer Beast. Obviously, you see it says Elder Displacer Beast on here. Um, so he did make his AC 20, whereas I bumped it up to a 18 from, or no, I left it 18. So he
I was gonna
bumped
say
his up to 20.
mine's
His,
it's 16.
huh?
It should say 16. What do you mean
No,
20?
it says right here, Elder Displacer Beast, strength 20.
Strength 20, not you said AC.
Oh,
You
sorry, no.
you blew me out. I was like, "What? I
Okay, so
did
yeah,
not."
sorry. His AC is 16. His HP is 190. That's 20d10 plus 80. Um, his strength is 20, Dex 17, Con 18, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 16, and Charisma 10. So for mine, I have Strength 18, Dex 17, Con 18, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 14, and Charisma 10. So we're kind of on the same ballpark there.
But
Um,
mine's just a little older.
his is older, so obviously stronger, definitely, and wiser.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I'm thinking like as time went on, they became more world wise, and yes, they are intelligent, but I would think that they learn more like a druid does or a ranger does than
Yeah.
like a wizard does. So,
But yeah, so you see, obviously he has Dex saving throws and strength saving throws, which is obviously necessary at this point because it would make sense that he's probably a lot stronger than just a basic, excuse me, basic or greater displacer beast.
And this was
Um,
actually where I messed up because I realized I gave it 20 D10,
mhm,
which means that it's supposed to be level 20. It should have a um, proficiency bonus of 6. So
mhm.
that should have actually been an 11 and a 9, and
Yeah.
I screwed
So
that up.
also please do remember, your hit die means your level.
Yeah.
So you're looking at this here on the side. Let me.
That's a basic approximation, but if it gives you an understanding of it, Tarask has is technically would be technically a level 33 monster that doesn't exist, but it would be a level 33 monster because it has 33 d20s as its hit die.
Mhm. But yeah. So as you can see on mine where I have 12 D10, that means that my creature would be a level 12 creature.
Hmm.
So obviously, as you're leveling up, you would level one, you're a 1D whatever, 1D10, 2D10, 3D10, the higher level you go. So just think of that as you are, creating your monster. The higher the number of hit die, the higher level it is. And then you would obviously have to adjust your challenge rating accordingly.
Yeah, and we'll get to the challenge rating calculator afterwards, and it's not perfect, but it does help give you put you in the ballpark.
Hmm. It
Um,
definitely does help.
One of the big things that I gave this thing, so I gave it some skills. It has acrobatics, athletics, intimidation, and perception, as well as stealth. The rest of those are normal, but stealth is so the because the proficiency bonus is supposed to be higher, it should be two higher. These should all be two higher, but stealth should be a plus 13 because it does have expertise in stealth. Um, I gave it blind sight at 20 feet because animals, especially, they can feel changes in the air around them, and also they can smell and they can hear you. And that's how I visualize blind sense working. It's that's also why later on it actually says blind senses. The displacer beast can't use its blind sight while deafened and unable to smell. So as long as it has one of those two, it's fine. But if you deafen it and it can't smell, like if you're in a sewer or something, and so it's just so obnoxious it can't actually smell anything but the sewage, then that would be a case where I would say, oh, the blind sense would not work in that case. Um, it has dark vision at 60 feet and a passive perception of 17. So this is something that you would actually have a lot of trouble sneaking up on. Uh, and I gave it languages. It understands Common, Elvish, and Sylvan, but cannot speak, which is actually covered later on. Um, I gave it because they're magical. I gave it limited to telepathy. It can magically communicate simple ideas, emotions, and images telepathically with any creature within 60 feet of it. So not so much. It's not so much speaking huge, drawn out sentences and stuff like that, but it can speak in kind of I wouldn't say broken language to get its ideas across, but as it's more animalistic, I would think it thinks less in words and structure and more in images or thoughts or feelings. Like hunger would be a sense of hunger, or it might say the word hunger, but it also give you the sense of it's hungry. Or if you ask why it was injured, it might give you images of the fight itself. It's not gonna really just give you. I just realized she disappeared. Um, it's not really gonna give you like the um the words so much to describe this, great battle or anything like that. It will just show you the images of what it remembers maybe in the fight, like pictures of fighting and bloodshed. It would probably be like, this is what happened to me. So going into its abilities, I gave it Ambusher because I believe these are ambush predators. The Displacer Beast has advantage on attack rolls against any creature it has surprised. Normally, people will state that you have advantage on a surprise target, but that's actually not true. Um, that's not always true. Uh, but by putting this here, that makes sure that it's known that it always has advantage on attack rolls against creature. um, that it surprises. Uh, it has the regular avoidance from the Displacer Beast, which is that if it is subjected to an effect that allows it to make a saving throw to take only half damage, the Displacer Beast instead takes no damage if it succeeds on the saving throw, and only half damage if it fails. Now, this is something that DMs will probably get confused with evasion. They are not the same. This is actually evasion on steroids. So evasion only works for dexterity saves. This works for every single save. So if it's a magical effect that they can save out of for half damage, they basically can uh, they always take half damage, and if they succeed, they just take no damage. That's how dexterous they are, or that's how slippery their mind is. Um, their literally whole thing is that they try to avoid direct conflict and ambush and wear down their opponents over time. Um, this is I also give it blind senses, and I already talked about that. It has displacement. Um, The Displacer Beast projects a magical illusion that makes it appear to be standing near its actual location, causing attack rolls against it to have disadvantage. If it is hit by an attack, this trait is disrupted until the end of its next turn. This trait is also disrupted when the Displacer Beast is incapacitated or has a speed of 0. One thing I wonder about that, and that would be something that a DM would have to rule, if you move the entirety of your speed, so in other words, this thing can move 40 feet, oh, and mine, by the way, I gave mine a complete climb speed. It has a 40-foot speed and a 40-foot climb speed. It does not matter uh, if it's climbing or not, because of the way its body is shaped. I just gave it the same speed either way. Um, but yeah, whenever their speed drops to 0, they lose. They would lose their ability. So I wonder if you use the entirety of your speed in one turn as a Displacer Beast, does that mean that you lose that ability from then on? And that would be something that a DM would have to rule on. I personally would think no. I would think that things that drop your speed to 0, like purposely drop them to 0, would be what would affect it. So, like if you're grappled and it drops your speed to 0, or if you're petrified or paralyzed and obviously you can no longer move, I would say then you would lose that ability. Uh, I did give it the limited telepathy, but I've already talked about that. And I gave it pack tactics because they hunt as a pack. They're basically, lions in a way. Uh, The Displacer Beast has advantage on an attack roll against a creature if at least one of the Displacer Beast allies is within 5 feet of the creature and the ally isn't incapacitated. So the way I thought about this was like the Elder Displacer Beast, I would think would be like the head lion, so the king of the pride kind of thing, and would be kind of telling the rest of them what to do, and would be the head of the hunt. Male lions actually don't usually take part in hunts. That's where this would differ. So this would be like the head female lion, the head of the hunting group. Um, and I think that this would be something that you would have as. I don't think it would be by itself unless the rest of its pack was killed off. I think this is something where it would be the king of its domain, and there'd probably be a couple more displacer beasts that are part of its pride, kind of. Um, I also gave it pounce, which that goes into some other things I added into it. But I did give it pounce, which means that if the displacer beast moves at least 20 feet straight towards a target and hits it with a claw attack on the same turn, the target takes an extra 12, which is 2d6 plus 5 slashing damage. If the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 19 strength saving throw or be knocked prone. If the target is prone, the Displacer Beast can make another bite or claw attack against it as a bonus action. So I should have probably slid this under. Oh, no, 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 no. I just realized how that's supposed to work. Okay. I thought I should have slid that under actions, but I realize now why I left it in traits. So the reason I did that was because I'll go ahead and do shadow camouflage. So shadow camouflage, uh, it was just that it gets advantage on dexterity or stealth checks made to hide in dark or dim terrain. Number one, I did that because it has the ability to bend light, and number two, they have a black blue coat, and they are once again ambush predators. So I was thinking that they would probably learn to specialize in fighting from the shadows. And so I would give them advantage if they're in darkness to hide because they naturally have kind of evolved in that direction. Um, for their actions, I gave them multi attack, uh, which the Displacer Beast makes up to 3 attacks with either its claws, bite, or tentacles on its turn. Um, the attacks are bite, which is a +9 to hit, a reach of 5 feet. It's only at one target, and it does 3d8 plus 5 damage. If the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 19 strength saving throw or be knocked prone. Basically, just the same as like a wolf is able to grab you and pull you off your feet. In 5e, I did the same mechanic. I also let it have its claws, its claw attacks. Um, for the claw attacks, it has a +9 to hit, reach of 5 feet, and does 2d6 plus 5 slashing damage or 12 damage. Um, and finally, the tentacle attack is +9 to hit. It's got a reach of 10 feet and does 2d8 plus 5 bludgeoning plus another d8 piercing. Upon a hit, if the Displacer Beast chooses, it can attempt to grapple the target as a free action. Escape DC 19. Until this grapple ends, the creature is restrained, and the Displacer Beast can't attack or constrict another target with that tentacle. So, normally a Displacer Beast only has 2, but you sometimes see pictures with 4. Um, so that's kind of up to DM discretion. Is it going to have just the two? So in other words, it attacks, it grapples this one person with that tentacle, and then it has this other one and it can do the same thing, or is it gonna have 4 and it could grapple the whole party if it wanted? That's kind of up to the DM, and I would suggest sticking with the 2 because we're talking about taking half the party down already with it grabbing them with these tentacles, especially if as an ambush fighter. Now, let me go back to pounce and the reason I put it as a trait. This is going to be very important. So I put pounce as the trait um, instead of having it as an action because of the way I labeled something. So it gets multi attack. That means it has up to 3 attacks on its turn with claw, bite, or tentacles. Um, Pounce allows as an extra action or as a bonus action to do 1 extra bite or claw attack against a creature. And as I have it as a trait, the idea is that um, it rushes up and basically barrels this person over underneath it. And because they have the 4 arms on the that are higher up on its body, and if you've ever seen cats fight, they dig their back claws and their more rearward claws as they try to like hug their opponent. So the idea was that instead of just attacking with, the 3 regular attacks, it's probably grabbing onto this person. It might bite them, and then it might kick with its back legs. So instead of having the regular 3 attacks, it technically has a 4th attack because it's now on top of this creature. Um, that's why I did that. So, and that also fits in with its ambush style of fighting. The whole idea is that it is supposed to run up and jump on basically someone's back and try to take it down at one time, so it doesn't have to continue a hard fight. It just hits it like, it just hits it like getting hit by a truck. And its goal is to take you down in this one turn and drag you off from the rest of the group. And if it fails to do that, it might run away and just come back later for you. I mean, it all depends. Um, and actually, to help it do this, the Elder Displacer Beast, I gave it so that finally, through trial and tribulation and its innate magic, it's going to learn invisibility. Um, an action that it has is the Displacer Beast magically turns invisible until it attacks or casts a spell, or until its concentration ends, as if concentrating on a spell, um, as an action. So, in other words, it can either make its 3 attacks, or as an action, it can choose to go invisible and um, basically disappear. At this level, you should have casters that have the ability to cast see invisibility and stuff like that. So if they know it's there, they can easily cast it just so they can see it and not have to deal with it. They also have spells like Fairy Fire, which negate invisibility because it outlines the target in uh, a bright light and actually gives advantage. So you would have disadvantage for its avoidance, or not its avoidance ability, but its displacement ability. But Fairy Fire grants advantage on attacks against targets that are lit up with it. So what you could do is, since advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out, even at a low level, this is a hint for low level players fighting Displacer Beasts, you can cast Fairy Fire on this creature, and as long as it goes off successfully, it doesn't matter that it has displacement because its real body is lit up by the Fairy Fire. So Fairy Fire is always an important spell to take, just so you know. Oh my God, the duel. Wait, what do I do? It's not working. Damn it. I was wanting to see if who won, but apparently they're not doing it.
She hasn't accepted yet.
Just gotta accept it. Um, but yeah, the last thing I gave it was Cunning Action, and this is something that you will notice from the fight earlier I did not have, and it caused a major issue. Rogues have the Cunning Action ability as a just a class feature. So what it does is, on each of your turns, uh, on each of its turns, the Displacer Beast can use a bonus action to dash, disengage, or hide. Um, Rogues have that same feature as a class ability. And I was thinking that would make a lot of sense for a creature that spends its entire life ambushing things. I think that it would learn to take advantage of being able to make quick attacks and get out of dodge. And that's another reason that originally when I did the calculator on this, it said it was a CR8 or CR9. And so I bumped it up to a CR10 because I believe anything that has 16 armor class, 190 hit points, and can turn invisible at will, basically, disengage from the fight. It can literally, if you think about the way its action economy works, it can turn invisible on its turn as an action, and then disengage or dash or hide as a bonus action on its turn. Basically, every other turn, it can grant itself advantage or just completely disappear from the battlefield. And I think that makes it a terrifying creature that at, I mean, even at level 20 would be a pain to deal with, especially if you didn't have magic casters, a lot of magic casters in your party. Um, but yeah, this is actually probably one of my favorite creations, and I've always wanted to run it, and now I realize now I have to fix it.
Well,
Um,
you're also biased because you just love Displacer Beast in general.
I do, I do. I like cats. That's what it is. I like cats. Um, I've always wanted to have a displacer beast like as a ranger, like a beastmaster ranger. I've always wanted to have a displacer beast as a companion, because there's actually a story in the Forgotten Realms lore that talks about a druid that has a Displacer Beast as a companion, and I'm just always been like, I want that. But yeah, this is something that, wow, I just realized now because I messed up with the whole, wow, I messed, yeah. Yeah, I really need to go back and fix this. This is actually really annoying to look at and realize that I've made a mistake. So, saving throw was originally a plus 11 for, or would have been a plus 11. Dexterity saving throw would have been a plus 9. Skills would have been acrobatics plus 9, athletics plus 11, intimidation plus 6, um, perception plus 9, and stealth plus 13. The perception changing to a plus 9 would have changed the passive to a plus 19. So it's going to be pretty hard for anyone but like the rogue to sneak up on. Um, the reason I chose to give it these skills was acrobatics makes sense for something that could be arboreal, which means it could live, in the Feywild, in these places with these large trees. It could probably live in the canopy, because there are cat species that are arboreal. Um, Athletics I thought made sense just from its build and the fact that it has a high amount of strength and probably, you know, though it does ambush prey, it has to be strong to be able to take it down quickly. Um, and I think a creature like this, especially with the 6 arms, would be very hard to manage physically. I think it'd be something that could easily manage other beings, but not be like if someone tried to grapple this thing. I don't see it going well.
Mm-hmm.
It has literally 8 appendages. It has 6 legs, um, with the front 4 being highly mobile, and then
Wait, you added legs to it?
no, it has 6 total. It has 6 legs, and then the 2 other appendages are the tentacles. How are you going to get around? How are you going to get around that? Yeah, you didn't know Displacer Beasts have 6 legs?
No, I know they have. You said they have 8 legs.
No, I said they have 8 appendages. I meant the their tentacled arms kind
Okay.
of being an appendage. And I was actually telling them earlier there's pictures that have them with 4 tentacles. Um, so it's kind of up to DM discretion if they want to have more or
Mm-hmm.
less. The reason I gave it intimidation is because number one, its charisma is only a 10, so it doesn't have like a high amount of charisma. But I would think that it has a very I view them as having a very cold and alien mindset. Like, could you imagine being able to speak with a wild uh, panther or a jaguar or something that doesn't that like hunts and stalks prey? I would
Mm-hmm.
think it would have like a very different way of thinking. And also the other thing is it lives in the shadows. It's basically a stalker if you think about it. That's one creepy way to think about it. It's kind of a stalker, and it can telepathically communicate with you while it is invisible. So that means this thing could be right up on you, and it can telepathically say things to you. It can enter your mind. It can bypass the filter of I don't want to listen to this thing because
Mm-hmm.
you don't have that choice. It literally just it forces its way into your mind. And I think an alien brushing brushing your mind up against something that alien would be intimidating in its own right. Um, but yeah, once again, Gabby, if Gabby's still here, uh, I don't know if they're gonna say. Uh, Tetracube is what we use to build um, the basically build custom monsters,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we'll probably put that. Do we
We're
have
we're gonna
a?
put it in the I had the D&D 101 where I post things in there.
I was gonna say yeah, D&D 101. I was gonna say it would be nice to have one that was like DM resources or something like that.
D&D 101 is just fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say also, yeah, Gabby, you can go there and see the D&D 101 in the Discord server, and it'll be under there. The next thing I'm going to talk about is this CR calculator from 5e Tools, which I think you'd have to pull up.
I will have to do that. CR calculator.
Yeah. So what you're going
And
to do is you're going to put in the information from this. So
1 second, let me take that out. Okay.
so you tell me what you need, and I can read it off for you.
Oh, Gabby is lurking.
Oh, okay. So Gabby is here.
Gabby's lurking. Might be here, might not be.
Might be, might not. Never know. Okay.
But yeah, we won't be building any creatures. Um, but we are just basically gonna just kind of let you know, like, hey, this creature here is a I don't know, because it'll you have to come down here and it'll tell you like your expected CR. It'll tell you what the CR is here on the side, what the XP would be, proficiency bonuses, the armor class, hit points, attack bonus, damage per round, and any save DCs that they might have. So, say that you wanted to take a CR2 and you wanted to make it a CR6. You're going to do CR6. If there's anything specific that you wanted to add on here, like you wanted to give it Ambusher, then you would add Ambusher. And then up here, it will tell you, obviously, what it is that you're specifically looking for. I don't know why it's not showing it though. Enter the CR, fill in the AC HP, add any special monster. Yep, okay, so we're gonna do 14.
I love the handy dandy chart they have though.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, that chart is definitely okay. There we go. So as you do right here, it's going to show you your HP. So you want the armor class. I don't know. We'll say like 16. Um, HP. You could try. I don't know. 116. See what that gives you. It's still saying offensive CR 0.
Oh, because you haven't plugged in damage and damage per round.
Okay, damage per round, so you want it to be CR6, so damage per round would probably be 39 to 44. That's not a guarantee, because you see I just did 44, and it's giving me a CR5.
Yeah, see, because I have multiple attacks, so what I did is I added the one of each attack together to give
Mm.
it the average. So it'd be 18 plus 12 was 30 plus another 18 for a tentacle attack. So it was 48 damage around with a
Alright,
plus 9
so
to hit.
yeah, I just did the attack bonus. I made the attack bonus, or save DC 6. You can have it use saves or not. If you have it use saves, then obviously click it and it'll change attack bonus to 16. CR6, so offensive CR6, defensive is 5, proficiency bonus 3, HP 116, that would be a level 26 character. If you're trying to look at it that way, but that's 2068, so that's basically a level 26 character. Effective AC is 16, damage per round would be 44, save DC would be 16, experience points 2300, which would be a CR6. That way you can kind of modify it as you want. I don't like using this, honestly. This one here.
This one
Um,
was this is something that I use to help balance because
th-
otherwise I'll build something crazy.
this one kind of, to me, it's like a little too much. If you're not really familiar with like plugging in information and altering it and stuff like that, if you're not really good at math, I don't recommend using this. I'm just gonna be honest. I like to actually use, let's see, Don John's CR calculator. This one makes it so much easier, in all honesty. Um, mm, there we go. Gotta change
Yeah,
that. Move this
I love
over.
this. Effective AC 21 because of the disadvantage thing.
hmm
Average
So,
damage per. Oh, sorry.
sorry. This one is my favorite because it'll give you your PC level. it'll tell you what the monster is. So, literally going up and down, PC, monsters, left and right. And you can see the scale that way. So you can do, like, if you're just trying to do encounters, um, you would literally go like, okay, well, my difficulty level, I want it to be a hard difficulty level for my players. So this is going for an encounter of 4 people at any level. So it's going to show you from 1 to 20. At level 1, you need to have 11 to 13 CR0 monsters for a level 1 of 4 people. CR 1/8 for 4 people, you need 6. Quarter, 3 for 4 people. Now, you can obviously change that. It'll show, it's not even going to show it here, but you can change it. So say that I want an encounter for a party of 6. Now, obviously, you see everything here has changed. It's saying it's recommended no CR0s. You can, but there's no point in it.
Because they'll wipe the floor with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So a party of 1, but you have 6 people. You're gonna want to have 8 to 9 eights, 1/8 CR, and then it's gonna show like half and 1. It's not recommended. Again, you can have them, but still not recommended. You're gonna need 1 CR2 for a party of 6 level 1 characters. And then at that point, you would go and look up what a CR2 monster is. So if you look over on the side, it'll actually give you a monster list. Yes. Oh, you wrote.
I I rolled a
Congratulations.
20. Yeah, yeah. I'm officially. Excuse me. I gotta go play the lottery. Bye, guys.
Anyways, so here, if you click on the side of the donjon, I use donjon for almost everything now. Um, But yeah, so if you go onto Donjon, it's going to say monster list, and it'll show you the size, type, tags, alignment, challenge, and all that. Rocky just called you a bastard.
It makes sense. We're gonna see how this goes, though. I'm thinking it should fail.
You
Okay,
lost.
there we go. I was waiting. I was like, dude, how do I keep everything goes too well? Like, it can only go so well for so long.
But yeah, so here you can see, obviously, like challenge. You would go over here, you would click on, because you're looking for CR2, click on CR2, and it's literally going to show you all of the CR2 encounters that you can have. Now, this is just limited to SRD. So as you can see, there's not that much on here. So say that you want to have them fight a CR2 Bard, just a standard Bard. Now, CR2, okay, not in the SRD, so obviously you can't do that. Awakened Tree. This would be good because you're looking for like a plant. So, an Awakened Tree. This is a CR2 encounter. It's literally going to show you everything that's on here. I mean, and there you go. Like, you automatically know like what you're looking for. Um, you can modify it as needed. So if you did want the Awakened Tree, but you want it to have special abilities, special resistances, then you can go back here to your stat block on TetraCube, and you can actually modify it that way. So you would go here. I don't even think they have it here. Yeah, they don't even have it on here. Oh no, they do. So you click on the monster presets, scroll down. There's an Awakened Tree. Use presets. Here's all the information for the Awakened Tree. Damage vulnerabilities is fire, but you can have immune to lightning, like the shrub, whatever that is, the shambling mound.
Shambling Mound.
The
Yes, that's
shambling
right.
mound heals on lightning damage. How do I know this? Because I didn't know this, and I was hitting it with lightning. I was doing witch bolt on it, or was it witch bolt? Yeah, I think it was witch bolt, and I was just like lightning, just continuously. And my party was like, "Why is this thing not dying? We've been fighting for it, like fighting it for like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes." it should have, died already. And yeah, lo and behold, no, me, the wizard, was actually healing it. For all the damage we took, or for all the damage it took, I was just healing it.
What was funny on that was actually after the fight was said and done, the DM actually told us that we'd killed it twice over
Hmm.
because of someone healing
Yeah,
it.
so you can actually screw with your players that way, and I fully recommend doing that. Obviously, don't like give a tree resistance or immunity to fire
Like,
because that's just dumb. Like,
have it
yeah,
make some sort of sense.
like have it make common sense. I mean, I understand like trees and lightning obviously don't work because trees can catch on fire, and that's perfectly fine. It's understandable, but still, I mean,
The story behind the Shambling Mound is that it was awakened by the energy of a lightning strike, and it
exactly, and like sorcerers, you could have been born during a storm, and that's how you gained your powers. Like, so just think of it that way. Like, try to add something that's a little bit more realistic. Like, maybe this tree probably has water abilities, like an awakened tree that has the ability to control water. And obviously, you're like, okay, well, why? How can it control water? Well, maybe it was next to a river, and maybe something died by the river, and its essence went into it, and the tree absorbed it through the roots. And so now this tree has sentience,
or better yet,
became a
um,
treant.
there is a thing from Pathfinder called Living. Is it Living Steel? And it's literally trees absorbed the iron in the ground, and the way that they basically get this iron is when they cut these trees down. It's almost impossible to cut these trees down because they dull the tools that are used to cut them. So you could say that this awakened tree is made from living steel or made from this wood that absorbed iron,
Hmm.
and make it so that it's resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. You know how much it would suck for a regular low level party to fight an awakened tree that has resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing? That it's going to be a bad time. It really is.
Uh, oh no, I did not want to do that. Okay. But yeah, so there are obviously a lot of options that you can do to modify your creatures, to modify your encounters. Um, just for the like you again, you're not restricted to solely running off of the monster manual. And obviously, everybody knows like yes, you can homebrew. It's not that it's not that it's that I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like how to word it. How would you word it?
What are you trying to say exactly?
I don't know.
Like,
If I knew what I was
okay,
trying to say, I would have
not
said
exactly,
it.
not exactly. Like, are you just saying like it seems challenging, but it's not as bad as people make it out to be
Nah, not really.
because
Um,
it still sucks.
it's the fact of that you're not restricted to it, and I mean, you can literally make it basically however you want.
Yeah, you can make encounters however ever you want. A lot of people stick to it because it's easy.
Yeah, it's easy. The creature's already made for you. You don't have to worry about it. But it's like, hey, we came up with lore for a greater displacer beast and an elder displacer beast, which are not part of the campaign. Obviously, they're not created. I mean, if Wizards made one, they need to put it out there so we can see it because it's not out there. And it's nice to build upon the lore for your own world and to see how creative you can be. Again, a displacer beast doesn't have magic to cast, but you can make it. You can make it have magic.
Yeah. You can basically do it's your world. You can do whatever you want. Don't set yourself. up for failure by only ever sticking to, what's in the books. Because
Mhm.
it's the great thing. It's a world that you've built. It's in your imagination. You can take it wherever you want. And um, a lot of people just look at the extra challenge of it and go, well, screw that. I'm gonna just stick to the books because it looks hard, but it's not as hard as people make it out to be.
Mhm.
To try to move beyond what the regular encounters are, like what's in the books and what you're used to. And another thing is it's a good way to change it up for players, especially players that are very knowledgeable,
Mhm.
because I know that there are some players out there
Who read the
because
monster manual front to
yeah,
back.
who read the monster manual front to back, and I'm one of those players, but I try not to. I call myself out for metagaming. Like we make jokes about me metagaming, but I call myself out for metagaming on this. And it sucks as a player to know all of what the monsters in the monster manual can do,
Mhm.
because it sucks to sit there and go, oh, okay, well I know this, but then you have to sit there and pull yourself back and go, but does my character know that? It's
Mhm.
nice to just have a relief from that and it's also nice to experience something new, to have your DM introduce a monster that is either the same monster but in a new light, or changed up in some way, or is a completely new monster that you've never fought before. It's nice to have, you know,
Variety.
variety. So, but I do know that DMs will suffer from those players that you want to know how to spot a metagamey character or a metagamey player very quickly. Change monsters up.
Mhm.
Change a monster up and then throw it at the players, and you're gonna have that metagamey player out themselves very quickly.
Like, oh,
Because
but
they'll
that's not how it is in the monster manual. And it's
That's
like,
not how
oh,
it works in the monster manual. And be like, oh, really? Strange. Doesn't seem that that's what you're fighting today, but cool.
mhm.
But you will have those players that will argue with the DM and get upset with the DM and make snide comments because they do not like the fact that you changed something that they know, because they're trying to use their knowledge to get ahead in the game.
Mhm.
And everyone, yes, is trying to get ahead in the game because you're trying to survive. You're trying to make sure your character makes it to the next town. You're trying to live the story of the protagonist and not die and end up a side story. Um, but at the same time, the point of D&D isn't to win. It is to some people, it really is. But I don't think the point is to win, and that's coming from somebody who is has a tendency to min max and metagame due to the world's crappiest luck. Like I was doing so good earlier, and it's all gone now. But yeah, coming from somebody who really enjoyed the meta of the game. That's where metagaming comes from, by the way. Who enjoys the meta of the game, like the mechanics of it, and understanding how everything works, and having all the knowledge of it, and being proficient at D&D. Um, I think that that is actually, though that can be a major part of the fun for some people, I think you're missing out by not focusing on the story. Um, it's not Dark Souls, and because I mean, Dark Souls has a lot of story, but people ignore it.
Mhm.
This isn't a hack and slash game. This isn't uh, a multiplayer shooter game. It's not about winning. It's about the story and living the story out with your friends and with the DM and basically telling the story together.
Mhm.
And if you focus on just that aspect of it, it kills the game. I mean, it kills the game for most of the people at the table. And honestly, it kills the game for you. You just don't know it yet.
But yeah, so we're going to end it there. So thank you for those who tuned in. Thank you to Rocky for purchasing our I Hate Plot Armor shirt, and thank you for recommending it. Um,
Hmm.
and yeah, so you can catch us again on Wednesday for our Ace Held On campaign. Uh, So all evil campaign viewer discretion is advised. You can catch us again on Saturday or Friday, where we're pretty much going to go back into our regular table talk, just talking about D&D in general and other tabletop games. Um, and then you can catch us again on Saturday morning as we continue our Mortal Cure campaign. And I think that's it. I really can't think of anything. And
Yeah,
we actually do have new merch coming out. I am actually going to be making team shirts for our Ace Held On players. So we're gonna have like a team Harley, team Joran, team Wilhelm, team
oh,
Arthos, team Leopold, team Noman.
that's cool.
Yeah, so
Are you sure it shouldn't be? Oh my God, I just realized, and oh, it sounds so bad, but Team Joran and Team Harley together could be Team. It's Team Horan. That sounds horrible. It does. It sounds so bad. But it was
I'm
the
pretty
first
sure
one
we
that
would
came
say
to mind.
Jorley, team Jorley.
Yes, Team Jorley. Let's go with Team Jorley. That sounds so much better. I don't know why the first one was Team Horrid, and I was like, that doesn't work. You can't say that. But
But
yes,
yeah, so we will be having a new merch coming out. I am working on some extra stuff. But yeah, so we will catch you in the next one. Also, another shout out again to Tactical Tokens. So if you guys haven't, please go and check out Tactical Tokens. Let me put out their link one more time.
just one more time.
Oh wait, well, I mean it's already there, but yeah, I'll still do it again. So go check out Tactical Tokens. Their stuff is actually really cool. So yep, we will catch you in the next one. Bye bye.
Bye.